I mean, I think this is going to be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull.
That's a finish.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me something.
2 white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks.
Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to day 4 of 2023 Raw National Championships here in beautiful Memphis, Tennessee. You are joined by myself, Nick Stevens Jr., aka Gaming Dwarf on Instagram, and we are joined by a very, very special guest, the Dr. Lift Heavy or Die herself.
Yes.
Brandis Die. Welcome.
Yes.
We're so glad to have you joining us.
Very excited to be here.
Absolutely. Today we are having a ton of action. We've got our lady 90 kilogram, 100 kilogram, and 100 plus kilogram weight classes. We've also got our men's 110, 120, 120 plus, 140 and 140 plus, excuse me. So many weight classes we have going on today. That means a ton of action that we are looking to go on. We have current footage of the warm-up room area. Right now we have Kiana Peak warming up. Kiana Peak is going to be one of our early lifters. She's in the 90 kilogram weight class, and she's expected to actually come pretty high up on the rankings today. Let's set back to the, let me see here. Yeah, so Kiana Peak among the 90 kilogram weight class. She hasn't competed in over a year, so we're very excited to see what she has going on coming up today. And then we've also got Carly Richard, Alicia Webb. Those are going to be our 2 other heavy hitters in the 90 kilogram weight class, along with Marina Shelton. And then in our 100 kilogram weight class for our ladies, we've got 4 super, super heavy hitters. Gabby Phelps, Jacqueline Dubla, Hillary Beard, and Michelle Akpala. And Gabby Phelps, she is the heavy favorite going into this session. Yep, Gabby Phelps is the top runner here currently on qualifying total. This is her first Raw Nationals in about 2 years. Her last competition was about a year ago, but completely leaves the door open for whatever amazing total she has coming up for us. Okay. All right, and then our last class that we have coming up for our ladies is the 100 plus kilogram weight class, and there's only one true, there's one name that everybody is watching. It's going to be Alexis Jones, the junior lifter out of Midland University. She is coming in well ahead of the pack, over 100 kilograms. She's ahead by the next person.
Yeah, she's looking to, total something big today and take home the gold.
Absolutely. She has already broken the American Open bench press and deadlift record, and she's just shy of going for that all-time American squat record. So be expecting probably an American record attempt broken probably each attempt.
Yeah, that squat is only 3.5 kilos behind the current record. So, that's a pretty good possibility that gets broken today.
Absolutely. And then going on to our men's side, we've got a ton of action here. Like we said, we've got our 110, 120, 140, and 140 plus men. Now, the story right here, ladies and gentlemen, the 110 kilo class, a lot of our heavy hitters already went earlier today. And it's a pretty big elephant in the room, so we figured we might as well address it. Ashton Rauska, he did come in first today. He is the current champion in the 110 kilogram weight class, followed closely behind the SSJ Bob Matthews, and Keenan Lee. Now, we have one more big name on the list today, David Wilson, but we haven't seen him. We haven't seen him at all. He hasn't checked in at weigh-ins. He did not show up for the media time that all of our primetime lifters got to experience before our session. So very interesting, big question mark on David Wilson here for the 110 kilo class.
I really hope he shows up.
Absolutely. He has one of the best deadlifts, if not the best deadlift in the 110 kilo class. He just barely missed that massive, 400.5 kilo pull?
Yeah.
Just barely. So very possible he could attempt to go for that one more time this weekend.
All of his lifts, honestly. He's just a super clean lifter. and it's just a joy to watch.
Absolutely. And then, not to be outdone, David Wilson, he's also got some good competition in Grant Iverson and Preston Savoy Jr., bench Preston himself. And then moving on to our 125 kilogram weight class, the big name that everyone's watching out for, Rondell Hunt, ladies and gentlemen. Rondell Hunt, trying to get close to him is going to be a task in and of itself, ladies and gentlemen. He is already well over 1,000 pounds, or well over 1,000 kilograms, on qualifying total. And that's well ahead of anyone else in that weight class. So it's going to be interesting to see. Unfortunately, he will be a guest lifter tonight. He is competing out of Trinidad and Tobago. They unfortunately do not have a USAPL affiliate in that region yet. So he will be a guest lifter. Unfortunately, he won't qualify for any placings or anything like that. But
whether he can qualify or not, it's going to be a joy to watch.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to see a well over 2,200 pound total, and that's going to be ridiculous to watch regardless.
Yeah.
And then moving on to our 140 kilogram weight class, we've got Michael Astrologo, Alejandro Wickham, Carrington Amati. I've actually got to talk to Carrington a little bit earlier in the warm-up room. He's been handling all weekend, and he's super excited. He's super confident in his performance. He does have one of the best deadlifts in the 140 kilogram weight class, so we're expecting a big pull from him as well.
I can't imagine having to spot and load. I mean, handle people all weekend and then come and compete. So that's quite a feat in and of itself.
Absolutely. And you talk about people in the sport, I call upon my colleague Leo Bonnet, and he has a beautiful catchphrase, lifters that also do the business of powerlifting. They're not only top level athletes, but they're also top level coaches, referees, volunteers. People want to have many, many different hands in this sport, and those are the kind of people that help make this sport grow. So Carrington Amati, wonderful human, powerful lifter. We're looking to see some big lifts from him.
It's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. And then we've got our last weight class, our 140 plus kilogram weight class. Our two big ones, Nathan Redwing, professional wrestler, and Josh Longoria. His last two competitions were Carolina Primetime and then Rising Tide in Texas a few months later. And now Redwing currently, he is ahead on qualifying total, with this being his first ever Raw Nationals. Awesome, thank you. And then we've got Josh Longoria coming right behind. He's only within a few kilos, probably 5 to 7.5 kilos on qualifying total. But Josh Longoria is the reigning champion. So we're looking to see some sparks fly on the platform for our 140 pluses.
It's going to be fun to watch with his first ever Raw Nationals.
Absolutely, and as a pro wrestler, in his first Raw Nationals, we're going to see a show in more ways than one, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sure he's got quite the stage presence.
Absolutely.
It's going to be fun.
All right, and looking over to our overlay here, you guys see up on the screen, we've got our day 4 primetime schedule. So our women's 90 kilogram, all of our ladies lifters will start at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, and they will go through all 3 of their squat attempts before we move on to our men. So if you're expecting to see the men, they probably won't hop on for another 30 minutes once the ladies start their squats. But we're super excited. Brandis, what are you most looking forward to going into today?
I am looking forward to seeing Kiana Peak. And it has been a full year since she has been on, I think, any platform. Mm-hmm. And just to see her under a new coach, training's been going awesome from what Instagram's been showing, and I'm excited.
Absolutely. Me personally, I'm looking forward to seeing my big boys. I'm a big boy myself. Still a big question mark on David Wilson. I'm hoping he did end up weighing in. Maybe he's just being elusive. Maybe he's just being quiet. But I think he would put up a phenomenal fight against the big 3 that went earlier on today.
I think it'd be quite the show.
Absolutely.
So we are seeing these ladies getting ready to warming up their squats to get ready to come out on the platform.
To see Gabby Phelps already warming up with 3 reds is kind of insane to watch. She's been extremely comfortable in this new 100 kilo class now that it's opened up, and she's been on an absolute tear through entire training.
Yeah.
And she followed me back. That's what I'm most honored about.
That's a win.
Absolutely.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, watching this, you are seeing 3 plates on the bar. Those are not pound plates. So those are not 45-pound plates. That is not a 315 squat.
That's right. That is actually 374, give or take a collar.
Correct.
So, Brandis, we've got an absolutely stacked roster we've got today. And you yourself are a professional lifter, and many of the lifters on our roster today are professional lifters. Can you talk a little bit about how one would even get to the pro status?
So becoming a pro is a quite, I would not say complicated process, but it is a selective process.
Okay.
So for women, you have to have a minimum DOTS of 475, and for men, you have to have a minimum DOTS of 500. At nationals, in order to get your pro card, you do have to place top 3. And then there are a few other pro qualifiers that will have the best overall female, best overall male that do get their pro cards as long as they meet that minimum DOTS. So it's not just, having to win. It's actually showing that you are equal across the board with all the other weight classes as well.
And are there any other, are there different types of pros you can be? So is it like a full power pro? Can you also be a bench pro? I'm asking that a little bit rhetorically, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. So I got my bench pro card last year. At Bench Nationals, and then this year got my full power pro card at Carolina Primetime, and then would have gotten it this year at Nationals as well, as I placed 3rd. So just kind of renewed it in that aspect as well.
And so going along with that, what are the different kinds of ways that one would need to maintain that pro status? Does that ever go away?
So it does. So you have a 3-year time frame on your pro card, and then every year that you continue to place top 3 at nationals, you will continue to renew that pro card.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have beautiful news. David Wilson is actually weighing in, so he will be on the competition today. We are super excited. That just made me so much more excited to see that last deadlift. I imagine something more than 400.5 will be on the bar. American records in his pocket already.
Yeah.
He got his opener listed already at 345, so it might be David Wilson's one of those big jumpers. We might could go. Let's see, he's up at 345, 380, and then the moon.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and show y'all the rules of each of our power lifts. So go ahead and pay attention so you can see what might be going on later on today.
Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to get set up, get under the bar, and receive the command to begin the lift. During the squat, lifters need to start with their knees locked and listen for a squat command before beginning the squat. Any movement or wiggling around to get in position is totally acceptable until they receive that squat command. Once they receive the command, they need to descend until the top surface of their legs at the hip is lower than the top of the knees. After that, the rest is simple. Simply stand up with the weight to completion, making sure the knees are locked and you're motionless before receiving the rack command. There are a few common causes for a missed lift. One of the most common is that the lifter didn't squat deep enough. This is a red card. Or they started or finished the squat but their knees were still bent. This is a blue card. The other blue card is for beginning the ascent and double bouncing or descending a second time before completing the lift. Everything else is a yellow card, including losing balance and taking a step, racking the bar too early before receiving the rack command or beginning the squat too early, or intentionally using their elbows to leverage off their legs. Now you know the rules of the squat.
and Alicia Webb. Those will be your first lifters.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the individuals that will be officiating our prime session.
All right, and so those were our rules of performance. And so Brandis, and speaking of our rules of performance, Gino is actually introducing our referees that will be on the platform watching our actions today. And there's a familiar face that I'm noticing who's going to be one of our chief judges. Who do you see there? That looks like a bench press champion.
It does. That is the Jennifer Thompson, world record holder.
Another lady just doing the business of powerlifting.
Yes.
You'll see her almost everywhere.
She does it all. Honestly, she's reffing, she competes, she runs meets.
And she's a math teacher. This isn't her day job. She is a math teacher. Absolutely. And it's not, it's not just our referees, it's our volunteers, it's our spotters, people from all across the country, all across the world, really putting in their best effort to try and make this meet as smooth and without any hiccups as much as possible.
It takes a village to run these things. And our spotters and loaders have been going all weekend.
Absolutely. You want to talk about another person who's been going all weekend. That's the powerlifting pirate himself, Gino Powerlifting. He's been going non-stop all weekend.
He has. I can't imagine having to announce every single competition or every single session during this competition, and he keeps the energy up.
Absolutely.
Through and through.
And so going back to the referee aspect of this, what are some of the things, especially with the squat, what are some of the things that you're looking for both as a competitor and as a ref?
So as a referee, you are looking for, once the squat command is given, and in order to get the squat command, you have to have knees locked out, hips locked out, bar in position, a couple other little minute things, but those are the big things we're looking for. When squat command is given, the athlete may start their squat. They actually have to descend all the way down to where their hips are breaking the plane of their knees. So they have to break parallel and get down nice and deep in that squat, and then stand it all the way back up without the bar going up and down. It can stop, but it cannot come back down and then all the way back up.
Absolutely.
And then once they make it to the top, they have to hold it until they're given the rack command. So if they lose balance at the top, moving their feet, anything like that, they will get a red light.
I was going to say there's been some other things I've been noticing. I've also been handling all day, and so I've been watching a lot of the referees and a lot of their calls, and so those absolutely are some of the things that we could absolutely see. In terms of the most common kind of infraction that you see with squat, what do you think that would be?
I would say the most common thing that we will hopefully not see, but likely see, is that depth call.
Okay.
So it is sometimes hard to get that bar or your hips down below parallel, and even more so with heavyweights. So sometimes it can be hard to break that parallel line because they are just got some massive quads. It just makes it hard.
I'm a little bit jealous.
Yeah.
It looks like we're going to get our action started up here. Gino is announcing our lifters. We've got our referees in place.
Spotters and loaders look ready.
We got Catherine Ducote. She's going to start us up 172.5 kilograms. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and do our best to get the freedom units out to you all. I don't have my handy dandy gonculator on me, but 172.5.
This is 380 pounds.
Ooh, see, Brandis with the quick math. And bar is loaded for Miss Catherine. That means our action is beginning for the 2023 USAPL Raw Nationals Day 4 primetime session. Catherine Ducote rocking the SBD. Quick shout out to our title sponsor there.
She has gotten a squat command. Nice big brace. Looks good to me.
Absolutely very strong, stiff, coming out of the hole. Let's see what the judges say. And that's going to be a 2-to-1 good lift. And so you saw a red light on one side there. What could that have possibly been, even if it's on one side?
It could still be a depth call.
Okay.
So sometimes an athlete will have one hip that doesn't squat quite as low. It could be that the judge is at a little bit different angle, anything like that. But that side ref did not see that hip crease drop below the knee.
That's all you need, ladies and gentlemen. 2 white lights, no free ad reads. We got Casey Himmelberger. She's going to take 175.
Should be 386 pounds.
You'd think you'd think I'd be able to do small kilo math at this point, but I guess not. And so her best squat is actually 197.5. And so there is a good chance, depending on how her jumps go, that we could go 200, maybe 202. We could see a well over 440 squat from Casey.
Yeah. I think a lot of it will depend on how this first one moves. A lot of times you're using your first attempt to kind of shake out the nerves, get a feel for the judges.
All right, Casey gets that start command. Excellent depth.
Looked very strong to me.
That's going to be a good call from our judges. 3 white lights. Casey is on the board. Michelle Okpala is going to come right behind with 182.5 kilograms. That is 402 big ones, ladies and gentlemen. We are already into our 400-plus pound squats for our ladies. We see handler and coach Anas Anbar standing right next to Miss Michelle. He actually did compete on day 2, right on stage with Austin Perkins, no less.
What a feat.
All right, bars loaded for Michelle. Rocking that A7 Demand Greatness Meat Kit. Shout out one of our sponsors, A7 SBD. All right, Michelle, here she goes.
Getting that bar all set on her back. Nice strong walkout.
And so in terms of attempts, Brandis, and I know you mentioned earlier the opener is really just trying to get a feel for the platform, get a feel for the judges. In terms of that second attempt, what could be some of the mentalities there?
For me, second attempt is going to be a relatively heavy, but a confident lift. So it is one that I'm going to be able to hit, but it might be a little bit heavy.
2-to-1 good lift for Okpala. We've got Keona Peak. You're going to come right behind. She's going to take 195 kilograms. This is going to be a massive, massive opener.
Now you see her being handled by Marcellus. So the swole fesser here.
That's right, Marcellus Williams.
He is handled in every single session except one this weekend. Is a busy man.
Marcellus clearly definitely one of the best coaches in the USAPL. Also a contributor for Powerlifting Now, one of the best journals for young coaches in the sport. Kiana with a very quiet brace. Oh my goodness.
She blew that up.
Opener moved just like an opener should, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 3 white light lift. And now Alicia Webb, she's going to be one of our only masters lifters in this primetime session. And, what a feat it is, to be able to be on this level of a stage.
Yeah, this is a Masters 2 lifter.
Oh, Masters 2, okay.
Yes, so she is a Masters 2 lifter coming out. She is competing with the best of the best. Now, this is not any change in age groups here as far as being able to qualify.
That's
so
right.
Any age group can qualify for this primetime session, but typically you're going to see that open age frame. So for a Masters 2 lifter to make it is impressive.
That's right. We see Josh Rohr there over on back. We've got Josh Rohr on the back there handling. Also contributed to our training hall. Alicia Webb, excellent brace. But now, will it be depth? It did look a little bit high from this angle. Will our judges... And that's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights there for Miss Alicia Webb. Not only a champion on the national stage, but on the international stage as well.
Correct. Now this is Marina Shelton. She has quite a comeback to make with this meet.
Absolutely. She last competed at the Arnold Pro-Am, the pro session on that, and she recently bombed out of that session, and so this is going to be a big comeback meet for her. Also coached by Josh Rohr, as was Alicia Webb.
Yep. So we will see how this moves. We're hoping to set the tone here.
Yep, this is 205 kilos.
Coming off of a bomb out, you are looking for your first squat to be something super, super confident. Nice big brace.
Right. Let's put her on the board here, Marina. 205 kilos, 451 pounds. Marina Shelton, let's see what she's got.
Oh, it looks good to me. Let's see if the judges agree.
Marina Shelton is on the board, 2-1. That is a beautiful first lift for Marina Shelton. Not to be outdone, going to be followed right behind by the Gabby Phelps. This is going to be one of our heaviest squat openers, ladies and gentlemen. This is 210 kilos, and it is only up from here. Here comes Gabby Phelps, one of the masters of the 100 kilo class. Not by age, but by experience.
Yeah. That looks
Ooh, she looks very happy with that one. Gabby Phelps, that's going to be a, waiting for the judge's call. Was a good lift per the judge's cards.
What a beautiful attempt.
And now you see Brittany Baker, product of Flex Training System. She's going to open us up with 215 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, this is well over 475. And now, what's interesting to note here, ladies and gentlemen, is all of our ladies are going to be competing together. And so our 90-kilogram ladies are going to be competing right up there with our 100-plus kilogram ladies.
Yeah, it makes it fun. We are seeing 3 weight classes here tonight for these ladies. Super strong.
And that was a phenomenal lift there from Brittany Baker. That's going to be 3 white lights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you know her, or at least you should. Miss Alexis Jones coming out of Midland University. This is going to be an absolute phenomenal opener for her. She is the strongest woman of all time, and she does not miss. She's actually only missed 5 lifts of all time in her lifting career. And she is the American record holder for every single one of the lifts currently, including total.
That is impressive. She has the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. She just has bench, deadlift, and American total record. So she does not have the squat record.
Thank you for that correction. I spoke a little bit out of turn. Not to say that American record won't be broken tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
That is true. We could see that set here today.
Alexis Jones.
She is
very
setting
quiet
the
brace.
Tone. That was beautiful. Super strong opener at 250 kilos.
And now Alexis Jones, she's one of those lifters where a lot of her lifts are going to look decently easy. You know, a lot of these are going to move pretty fast, say around RPE 7, RPE 8 for our coaches out there. And so to be able to blow up these American records at that speed is absolutely insane.
That is very, very true. She makes every lift look fast and strong.
Right. And a junior, no less. She is not in the open kilo class, or open age division, or the master's age division, ladies and gentlemen. She is a junior. She's in college. And we're going back to the top of the flight here. Catherine Ducote, 182.5. That's 402 pounds.
We are on second attempts, and we are already at 400 pounds. Beautiful.
That's going to be a good lift there for Casey. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Now we do have on the screen here now the 100 kilo rankings. So we see up at the top Daniela Mello, who did not show for nationals.
That's right, but look who's at third there, Miss Alicia Webb.
Yes.
And she's only 3 kilograms off of that second place total. So it's very possible she could be passing up Miss McKenna Henderson for that second place ranking.
Yeah.
We've got Casey Himmelberger. She's got 187.5 loaded. This is 412 pounds.
She is coming off a strong first attempt. So I expect this to be no different.
That's right. 12 kilo jump is a decently sizable one, but especially looking at how that first rep moved, 187 definitely might be a great call.
And it looked like it was.
All right, we got Michelle Akpala coming up next for her second attempt. This is actually going to be a 2.5 kilo all-time PR attempt for Michelle.
On her second attempt.
The wonders of training, ladies and gentlemen. 192.5. And now, this is Michelle Akpala. She did bomb out of her last competition on bench. So, to be able to get this much room ahead of time, especially on squat, we save a lot of energy, a lot of stress going into bench press.
Yeah, that is very important to save that energy for bench press, because bench is not just an upper body movement. A lot of these lifters are going to be using leg drive, so we want to make sure those legs stay relatively fresh. Wow, what a strong second attempt to be a PR.
And that is going to be a no lift. 2 red lights, unfortunately, from both of our side judges.
I believe it was our first missed lift of the night so far.
I think so. And now coming right behind Alicia Webb, 209 kilos. Now, Brandis, is 209 a normal increment for a weight increase?
It is not, which means it must be something special.
It's got to be a record of some sort. It's got to be at least an American record, ladies and gentlemen, if not a world masters record for Miss Alicia Webb. She's going to be taking 209 kilos. And so with our American records and our world records, you are allowed to what's called chip those records. So you can increase it by 1 kilogram. You don't have to do 2.5.
Makes it easy for us to know when something big is happening.
Absolutely. All right, Miss Alicia Webb getting set up under that national record attempt for the Masters 100 kilogram weight class. 209 kilos.
She's got start command. What a grind.
Absolutely. Bit of a fight out of the hole, so it'll be interesting to see what she elects to go up for that second attempt. Let's see what the judges say on that attempt, though. 3 lights, ladies and gentlemen, for our new American record holder, Miss Alicia Webb.
What a beautiful attempt.
Coming up right behind Miss Kiana Peak, 210 kilos. Big 15 kilogram jump there from Miss Kiana.
It's going to be confident.
And now, Brandis, you know Kiana a little bit more personally. Does she normally take these kind of jumps in training?
I believe she does. So I am in the same state as Kiana. Every now and then we get to lift together. So this is a pretty comfortable jump for her.
Okay.
Should be a super solid squat.
And so I like the little pre-brace she gets as soon as she unracks. She breathes and then steps out. Let's see it, Kiana. Here we go. 210 kilograms.
Oh, what a beautiful squat.
Moved just as well as her opener, in my opinion. Judges are going to give that one 3 white lights.
I think she's got probably 10 kilos left.
I was going to say 10 kilos. That might be a great call.
We will see. Marcellus is a great caller of those attempts.
Absolutely.
Helps.
He's been making them all day. You'd think he'd have enough practice.
This is true.
And lifters of all ages, all experience levels as well. You know, not just in the primetime stage, but during our daytime sessions as well. Marina Shelton, 217.5 kilos. She is on the board with that opener squat attempt.
I love watching lifters get hyped before their lift. So you saw there that she got hyped. She hit her legs, I believe, which is just kind of a way to get herself prepped.
That's right. It's very interesting to see the different kinds of setups that all of our lifters do in order to get into that right mindset for the bar.
Little bit sticky. Let's see what the judges say.
That's going to be 3 white lights. It's going to be a good lift there. We've got Gabby Phelps coming up right behind. Now, Gabby Phelps, she is no stranger to powerlifting. She's been competing for 6 years, which is a lot longer than most of our lifters in all the federation have been able to compete. And she, just since she started powerlifting, has added over 138 DOTS points.
That is impressive. That is not an easy thing to do. Over 6 years of competing. That is the strong addition to her total there.
Absolutely. And she does have an even total 600.
Little smile on the way up.
That's going to be a good lift for Gabby Phelps. Just as easy as her first. And ladies and gentlemen, we just got confirmation. Gabby Phelps' original DOTS is 518 pounds.
We are getting ready to close out our second attempts here. We've got 2 more lifters. We've got Brittany Baker stepping up to the platform now.
And these are going to be some absolutely huge attempts, ladies and gentlemen. 227.5 kilo for Brittany Baker. And we still got 1 more squatter in the flight. Brittany Baker, very slow, methodical walkout, product of Flex Training Systems. That was very smooth. I reckon she gave herself a little bit more for that third attempt.
Left a little in the tank.
That's a beautiful lift. And we've got Alexis Jones coming up here for her second attempt. She is hot on the trails of one of the greatest squats of all time, set by Bonica Brown on the international stage. This is going to be 267.5 kilos, 17.5 kilo jump from first to second.
I think it's going to be beautiful. Setting herself up perfect for that record.
Alexis Jones knows how to execute.
I believe this is going to fly. It's going to be a beautiful squat. If it's anything like the first, which is exactly what we expect from her.
And now, as explosive of a squat as Alexis's is, it's so silent as well. Leo likes to use the term silent. Very quiet, not a lot of motion going on, and that was obliterated, ladies and gentlemen.
That
267.5. My God.
I think she's going for the record.
Oh, the record's got to be there. That's 3 white lights.
I believe it was 2 white lights.
Let's check that replay, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely sinks it. And now Alexis definitely goes into the hole a little bit faster, but she definitely makes use of that rebound coming on the way out.
She keeps good control the whole way down. So even though it is a fast descent, it is a controlled descent.
Absolutely. All right, moving into our third attempts, ladies and gentlemen. Catherine Ducote, she's going to put on 187.5. That is 412 pounds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all of our lifters today are competing for prize money. These are very solid payouts. First place, if I'm not mistaken, gets $5,000 as a payout. Second place, $2,500.
So with that being said, these third attempts, they are not looking to miss. They are trying to load something that is going to push the bounds, but hopefully not too much.
The lifters are competing for wonderful payouts. They're competing for placing. They're competing for dominance on the national stage. That's unfortunately going to be a no lift for Catherine Ducote. She definitely left it all on the platform there, but we'll see her come back for bench press.
Yes.
Now, Michelle Okpala, she did miss that second attempt on depth from both of our side judges, but did elect to go up 2.5 kilos. What would kind of, inspire a lifter to want to make that kind of a jump, especially when they've missed their attempt?
Usually that means they are confident in the lift, that they are going to make this lift. They just need to sink it just a little bit lower. So it was obviously not a miss on strength.
Sure.
So she is confident that this bar is going to move. She's confident that she is going to be able to hit depth and just hit this squat.
All right, Michelle Okpala. That looked like solid depth from our end. Let's see what our judges say. 2-1. She is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. What an excellent attempt there. Good play calling there from Coach Anas.
Now, it is strange to see just a 2.5 kilo jump, as 2.5 kilos isn't a ton, but those 2.5 kilos might be important.
Yeah, absolutely. And from a coach's standpoint, it's interesting because, that athlete might have absolutely, missed on depth, but maybe if they add just a little bit more, then maybe that extra weight will lead to a miss on strength. So a lot of math, a lot of play calling these coaches are going through in order to ensure our lifters get the most kilos out of their total possible. Here's Casey Himmelberger, 200 kilos. This is 441 pounds. Here we go.
Keep going,
Finds her way out of the hole. Looks like she sunk back onto her heels a little bit there. Started to lean back. Big shout out to our spotters and loaders for helping out Casey Himmelberger there. That is going to be a no lift, so we move on to her bench presses. Alicia Webb adding 10 kilos to her already completed Masters 2 record, excuse me.
Now, I do believe that she missed her third attempt last year.
Yes, last year at Nationals.
So this will be an interesting lift here.
Absolutely.
See if she can come back and make that third attempt this year.
That's right. Not only is she coming for redemption, on that third attempt, but this is another American record attempt. Good to know she's already got it in her belt, but, to add on to that, make it that much more distant for the next person. Here comes Alicia Webb, product of Team Roar.
Getting herself all set here.
Increasing her current role.
Alicia Webb, 219 kilos, 482 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. This is almost 500 pounds for a Masters 2. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift. A lot of times, you just don't find that juice out of the hole.
pounds now on her name for a squat.
Absolutely. Brittany Baker coming right behind. We're going to our last couple squatters, ladies and gents. 232.5 kilos for Brittany Baker. It's 512 big ones.
512 pounds.
Now she is coming off a 500-pound squat on her second attempt.
Adding 12 pounds to that. Not a huge jump. Her second attempt moved a little bit slower, obviously, but I saw very little stick. Not as... Oh, let's see. Here we go.
Way to stick with it.
She's able to lock it out. It's going to be 2-1. A good lift for Brittany Baker, ladies and gentlemen. Gabby Phelps, 232.5.
Now Alexis Jones is up next, and it looks like she does have the record loaded. But we've got Gabrielle Phelps up now.
Gabby Phelps, very close out of the hole. And now some lifters you see, you know, when they stop that short, if they know it's not there, they save the energy.
Yes,
you know,
it's a very smart thing to do, honestly. Save that energy for the bench and for the deadlift, because you still got 6 more attempts to make on the day.
Absolutely. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be absolutely massive. Alexis Jones, she is going to be going for Bonica Brown's last squat or last record in the USAPL record books. She will be one of the strongest women in the world with this squat, 276.5 kilos, the American record for Alexis Jones, Midland University product.
This is a very, very heavy squat.
And now knowing Alexis, she doesn't miss. The crowd is up. Everyone is it. The electricity in this meet is insane.
Oh, what a
finish.
Wow.
Talk to her nicely.
See what the refs have for her.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alexis Jones, you're looking at your new national champion. She didn't even need to see the lights. She already knows it was a good lift.
She was confident. She said, that is mine. Got the nice replay
Oh, yeah.
here.
The only thing I can even think about our judges calling her on is up and down motion, but the lift is good. She is our new American record holder. She currently holds the American record.
That is
for
awesome.
Every lift in her weight class, ladies and gentlemen.
That is quite an accomplishment there. So we are going directly into our men now.
David Wilson, Brazos Valley Barbell. He's going to open up with 275 kilo. And he is going to be our heaviest deadlifter, ladies and gentlemen, but actually one of our lightest squats on the day. You see him starting off our flight here.
That is quite a change.
And now David Wilson, a very iconic squat. A lot of you will see right there. Very wide stance squatter. And this goes to show, you know, not every technique is the same, and not every way of doing it is perfect for each lifter. If you see a lifter that looks like you, has the same long legs as you, same long arms, same long torso, and they're finding success in whatever they're doing, mimic that.
Yeah, that is a very not a widely seen squat with it quite that wide.
Non-traditional.
Yes.
Non-traditional is excellent. Yeah. That was a good lift there for David Wilson.
But it works well for him.
That's right. And now Carrington Amani, 285. He has never opened higher on the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
He's coming in ready if he's opening up higher than he ever has before.
That's right, represented by Marcellus Williams as well, craftsmanship.
Bar is loaded.
Jinx. Carrington Amani, he's going to be one of our strongest deadlifters in the class. He's going to be going toe-to-toe with David Wilson.
Oh, a little smile there.
And now Carrington, he does something that we saw one of our most famous lifters do. The perk pre-lift.
Getting a nice feel for that bar on his back before he walks it out. That looks beautiful.
It's a very confident attempt there for Carrington. 3 white lights.
No questions there.
Devin Williams, he's going to go back up to 295 kilos.
650 pounds.
Now, Devin is only 24 years old. That is just the first year in the Open.
That's right. That's right. And he's already, fresh off the Pro-Am.
Dapping up all of the spotters and loaders here.
See, now, you want to talk about class at its highest level. Very, very good to see, just a show of support for the spotters and loaders, You want to show love to the people that are keeping you safe.
It is not an easy job.
No, and a lot of our spotters and loaders have been going all weekend, non-stop.
They are a very important part of competition. Would not happen without them.
And now these lads are spotting and loading our heaviest weight classes, but a lot of our weight classes today have been fairly short. So that gives them a little bit of a break, but not really. That will be a good lift there. Josh Longoria coming right behind, 305 kilos. Representing 110%, one of our vendors here this weekend. Say again?
He is being handled there by Brandon Petrie, who competed last night.
That's right. Now, Josh Longoria, fresh off a 900 kilo total from Rising Tide. Past meet he did in Texas. A product of Texas himself. And a current national champion in the 140 kilogram class.
Now, a 900 kilo total, that is a strong total. And he is going to look to beat that this competition.
That's right. Josh Longoria, big 305. Mr. Worldwide.
Oh, my goodness.
Looked essentially like an empty bar there for Josh Longoria, 3 white lights. And now Josh, he definitely takes big jumps. I've been following his training for a while. I'm excited to see what he stacks on the bar now.
Now, is it common for the heavyweight males to take those big jumps?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, when you get to weights this big, taking 5 pound, 10 pound, even 15 pound jumps, it's almost not worth it. You're getting the same stimulus. It's basically like doing the same squat attempt for multiple attempts, So it could be beneficial for a lot of our lifters to take those bigger jumps in order to feel, that they're actually making their squats. You want to get as much pounds and as many kilos on the total as you can. Brandon Dudley, 315 kilos. Handled by Joe Stanek of Game Day Performance. Or Game Day Barbell, excuse me. This is a big 315 kilogram squat there for Brandon Dudley. Another wide stance squatter.
Beautiful squat. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. He just came off of a victory in a pro card. Is that correct?
I believe so. We've got Josh Price coming up next, 325 kilos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're only halfway through the flight, and our squats are opening in the 700s. Let's just put that into perspective.
That is impressive. These are some strong gentlemen here looking to show out tonight.
Joshua Price handled by Coach Abi in the background there. He actually competed earlier today as well. Here we go, Josh Price, 325.
Now, a lot of these lifters are setting up the same way each time. Nick, do you feel like that's beneficial?
Absolutely. There's a certain approach that through years and years of practice and consistency and experience that, it's almost a rhythm. It's almost a routine. To do that routine will get you in whatever mindset you need to. Like I said, it takes years and years to build that routine, but once you do, it's yours forever.
Yeah.
That's going to be a no lift there for Josh Price.
Likely on depth. Since it was from those two side judges, it is very common that if you get one depth call, you're going to get it from both side refs. Not always.
Now, for depth, I know you talked about this a little bit earlier, but in order to make a depth call, or in order to make your next lift on depth, is that a tough call to make?
It can be. Now, a lot of these people, like you were just talking about, they're setting up the same every single time. So they are doing what they do day in, day out. And sometimes it is hard to just get that little bit extra depth without having a little bit of a change there.
Nathan Red Wing, big opener, 332.5. Professional wrestler Nathan Red Wing. 3 white lights there. Chris Appia's coming up right behind, 335 kilo. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you see how many reds are on that bar. It's too many for me to count at the moment. I also can't see that far away. But 335 kilos. Brandis is getting in the handy-dandy calculator for us. 738 pounds for an opener there for Chris Appia.
This is only 5 kilos below his lifetime best.
Is going to be insane.
To open that heavy, that close to your lifetime max, is impressive. So he must be really confident with this squat.
It's a testament to his training for sure. Now, there's one thing I'm noticing. Can the thumb float?
You know, I don't think that it can.
We see his thumb there on his left hand, a little bit off the bar there. Let's see what our judges say in terms of that. And that is going to be 2-1, no lift, unfortunately, from our two side judges. They did raise a red card, so that will be depth.
And we did get confirmation that that is an okay grip. So that is what we call a talon grip. So your thumb does not have to touch the bar or actually be around the bar.
Alejandro Wickham, 337.5.
Here we go, 744.
So this is actually Alejandro's second USAPL meet. He
Ever?
has ever. So he is coming from a USPA background, which does have a little bit different rules, but for the squat, they're pretty much the exact same. So we expect him to still be able to hit depth, stand it all the way back up.
And there
nice,
it is.
Strong lift.
Alejandro Wickham. That's going to be a good lift, 2-1. And now Michael Astrologo, he's going to come up next. He is our current reigning champion in the 140 kilogram weight class. He himself has 63 records to his name on the lifting database, ladies and gentlemen. He is the current squat and total national record holder.
That is impressive. So we're looking to see a big squat out of him if he is the actual record holder already.
Absolutely, and we see the SSPT on the sleeves there. That means he's handled by the one and only Matt Gary, one of the most prominent coaches in all of powerlifting history. Michael Astrologo, big 345. This is 760 pounds. Now, Brandis, why is the rack tilted in like that?
So that's something a lot of these heavier weightlifters tend to do to allow themselves to have that nice wide grip. But also, for some of the lighter weights, when their hands are nice and close, they'll also have the racks tilted in to give themselves a little bit more room to actually walk that weight back.
Michael Astrologo makes that 760 look like 263 white lights.
I will say that rack being tilted in is much more common in those heavyweight.
Oh, absolutely,
heavyweight classes.
absolutely. You know, you need, and you know, the larger the body is, the more base on the back that the bar needs to have, and so a lot of times those hands need to be wider out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the one, the only Rondell Hunt, the Deadlift Lord, 1,002.5 kilogram, best competition total. Looking to blow that up today. He's going to be opening us up with a massive, massive squat here. 350 kilos, 771 pounds for the Deadlift Lord.
Now, he might be the Deadlift Lord, but I'm pretty sure he's got a really strong squat as well.
Absolutely. And now his training all through nationals has, I mean, he's been on a pure tear. I mean, numbers that we've never seen in this class in the history of USAPL, so we're looking to see that materialize on the platform today. 350 kilos for Rondell Hunt.
Ooh, strong opener. Let's see what the refs say.
And he receives
And that is a good lift there for Rondell. He is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to know him in this federation very, very soon.
Up now, Jared Martin.
All right, Jared Martin currently ahead on qualifying total against Josh Longoria. He does have a 388 kilogram squat. That is an American record. He's been competing for 10 years.
And he's continuing to get better. He has not hit his max yet. He is still on the upward trend.
That's right. This is 855. 855 pounds for Jared Martin on the board here. He did break that last 388 at the Arnold last year.
This is actually an 800-pound squat.
Oh, excuse me. Numbers are hard.
Numbers are hard. That 388 squat that Nick was just talking about is his best squat. Looking to best that today, especially the way that moved. 3 white lights.
Starting round 2, David Wilson. 292.5.
All right, moving on to our second attempt here. David Wilson's going to take us up to 644 pounds. That's 292.5 kilos. And we're starting to see, as we go through these squat attempts, we're starting to see some of the stories start to, the tales of the meet start to play out a little bit. And so, based on those opener squats, where do you think some of the action's going to go?
I'm just looking forward to seeing some of those national records being beat. Because I think the way all of those openers moved, I think we're going to see some big squats.
Absolutely. All right. David Wilson, bars loaded up for him. He's getting set up. This is 292.5 kilo.
So just like we talked about, this is a pretty healthy jump.
Yeah, this is 17.5 kilos from his first attempt. And a solid squat there for Dave.
He does not leave anything to be imagined with that depth.
Not at all. 2-1. I guess one of those judges was imagining just a little bit.
I guess they did imagine.
Carrington Amati coming up 310 kilo. Now this is a 25 kilo jump there for Carrington. It's 55 plus pounds added on to his first attempt there for Carrington Amati. It moved like absolute air, so let's see how this one goes. Carrington Amati.
Expect it to be the exact same. What a beautiful squat.
Another very silent squatter.
There was a little bit of effort there, but not much. I think there's still quite a bit of room there.
Well, if he goes up, 25 kilos from first to second, I imagine he's got at least 15 from second to third.
I would expect probably about the same there.
Looks like we're having some issues there with our referee remotes, entering in those attempts. So our clock is going to run out just a little bit, but that was a good lift for Carrington. Bars loaded now for Devin Williams. All right, Devin Williams.
We are creeping up on that 700-pound squat. Super close here. Strong calculated walk out there. Oh, what a strong squat. Three white lights.
Josh Longoria, 327.5 kilos. Josh Longoria, current national champion, 327.5 kilos. Bar is now loaded.
He's got both those uprights in, using that nice wide grip. Trying to maximize tension into that bar.
Now, Josh, another one of our very quiet, a lot of our heavyweight lifters, very quiet lifters, not a ton of extra motion in their setups, not a ton of extra motion in their braces, saving all of that strength and energy and explosion for coming out of the hole. As you can see from Josh Longoria, 327.5 goes down in flames.
I think it plays to their advantage to be quiet lifters.
Why would you think so?
Because our bigger lifters have a lot of weight they have to move, or they are moving. And if they are shaking that weight as they move, walking back and having these big aggressive braces, you don't want that weight to throw them off balance.
We've got the Kendrick Lamar praying. That means Chris Appia is on his way up now. He did miss that opener at 335. Now, he is going to retake this. And now, oftentimes, that is one of the safest bets.
Yeah, now retaking this as his second attempt is a very common thing to see because he wants to make sure he gets on the board. If he goes up and is a strength issue, he's missed kilos that he likely could have gotten if he stayed the same and just buried it. Nice
Excellent
squat.
fight.
I believe that was depth. Let's see what the refs have to say.
And the lift is good. Chris Appia's on the board. Let's check the replay here. Oh, yes, he absolutely sunk that. And now, like we were talking about earlier, when you have to kind of take yourself out of that rhythm just a little bit in order to satisfy that depth, what does that do for your thirds?
Now, I will say that one looked like it was a little bit heavy. It looked like there was a little bit of a grind. So my guess would be that he's not going to have a big jump to his third attempt. He can opt to not take a third attempt. Is that correct?
That is true. You are allowed to scratch. And so that means you just elect not to choose any of your attempts, to complete your attempts for that lift, excuse me.
Got that nice SBD singlet on. What a beautiful squat there. SBD is one of our sponsors here at Nationals. 2-1, that is a good lift.
It's actually rocking one of my favorite SBD colorways. I think it's the Storm, the gray and the blue. I think I'm wearing the shirt myself.
Yeah, that's a nice colorway. It's relatively new.
It is. It is. I've only ever worn SBD. You know, you think about SBD, a lot of powerlifters' first singlets, first wrist straps, first sleeves. You know, SBD is synonymous with powerlifting and synonymous with good product. Now here comes Nathan Redwing, pro wrestler. He's about to take this 337.5 kilo squat off the top rope. Oh, big, oh my goodness. Now he's got 10 kilos left. He's got 10 kilos left. He's going to put up a fight with Josh Longoria right now. That's a good lift there for Nathan.
760 pounds.
Now we've got Josh coming out, and he also missed his first attempt and elected to go up 20 kilos anyway. So he must be pretty confident with this 345 here.
All right, Josh confident. Joshua Price.
Josh is confident.
And 45 kilograms. 382.5. Now this will actually be the 11th heaviest squat of anybody of across weight classes in the USAPL, 843 pounds.
He's got the squat command. Strong and confident to the hole. Power all the way back up to the top. That was beautiful.
And now, just basing off of that second attempt, I feel like he's going to go for an American record.
I think so,
He's
too.
just a few kilos short. Let's see what he puts in here.
Broke the world record by 6 kilos.
All right, David Wilson coming up next. This is 300 kilos, 660 pounds.
This was a little bit of a smaller jump, especially compared to that first jump that he took. So we are thinking that likely he's just trying to build a total.
That's right. He's gone for 325 in competition before, so he might just be looking to play a safe squat here and then really save all of his gas in the tank for pulls. That's where it matters for him. Showing support to our spotters and loaders.
He didn't even take it.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, David Wilson will be scratching this attempt. So that means he elected to not do
take it.
that 300 kilo squat.
Now I hope that doesn't mean he's got an injury or something's creeping up. Hopefully it just means he's loading something up big for deadlifts.
Absolutely. So Brandis, when a lifter decides to scratch, do they just go right to the next lifter, or what happens there?
So they don't. So it's actually a very, very classy thing for David Wilson to do is load the bar, put a number in, let the clock run. So these lifters, every single attempt is calculated. They have a certain amount of time between attempts that they are used to and that they are expecting. And when a lifter doesn't put anything in or scratches the attempt completely and doesn't let the timer run, they're taking an entire minute away from other people's recovery. So it's a very, very nice thing for David to do. Put in an attempt, come out, say something to the spotters and loaders, and then move on.
711 pounds.
Carrington Amati, 322.5 kilograms.
Taking a 12.5 kilo jump.
We see our chief referee, Jennifer Thompson. Truly, I don't know how she isn't as tired as, most of our other lifters and a lot of our volunteers that have been going. She's really been going all week, folks.
Yeah, she competed this weekend as well in the primetime session.
That's right. Carrington Amati getting hyped for this big 322. This is 711 pounds.
322.5 kilos.
Carry.tons on Instagram.
Oh, that looks steady.
And here comes Carrington Amati.
Oh, yeah.
Big 711.
He was confident on the way up, too. We love to see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, he might not be doing business, but he is always open with that 711. 3 white lights for Carrington Amati. Excellent work there.
716 pounds for Devin.
We love when squats start out with 3 for 3.
Absolutely.
That is a great way for him to start the day.
It really builds the momentum, going into bench. And bench is the one lift where you need that momentum.
That was a 10 kilo PR for him.
All-time PR?
I believe so.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, he probably had another 2.5, but, again, that's 2.5 we add on to another lift.
Exactly. We're talking about building a total here, right? So you can't win a meet, right, in this first set of squats, right? We still have two more sets of lifts to go.
Exactly.
So we just need to build. We need every kilo that we can here, and it's really sometimes not worth making that 2.5 kilo jump to a maybe lift.
Devin Williams, 325 kilos. That's going to be a 3 white light lift for Devin Williams. We got Josh Longoria. He's going to take his third attempt at 342.5 kilograms, ladies and gentlemen. Now, like I said, or if you're looking at the lifting cast here, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, check out liftingcast.com. Check out USAPL Raw Nationals Day 4, Platform 5. who will follow along in the action, you can see these attempts live as they are put in. Now, Josh Longoria, he is ahead currently of Jared Martin, but he's got a very interesting deadlift number there. I don't know that I've ever seen him go 395. And so, like, from a lifter, you know, I mean, what does that look like? What does that do in terms of your play calling?
So a lot of times, not a lot of times, sometimes people will put in a bluff number. So it is a number that they're not, most likely, not going to open with. But it is something that is going to intimidate sometimes the lifters around them and make the other lifters have to push.
Now here we go, Josh Longoria. Let's see what the judges say. 342, 2-1. That is a good lift. And now Nathan Redwing, he's going to come right behind with the same lift. Now Nathan Redwing, historically, if we look at all of his past meet attempts, he's missed most of his third attempt, so he's a risk taker. You know, he sees the goal, and he's going to put everything on the bar in order to secure it. Now here comes Nathan Redwing, professional wrestler.
I don't think he's going to go down without a fight, though. This is going to be...
Pun intended.
Exactly. This is going to be a fun squat to watch here.
Yep, he did go 332, 337, 342. So these are even 5 kilo jumps across the board here for Nathan Redwing. Safer play calling here. Let's see if he's able to play out.
Oh.
And that's a big answer from Nathan Redwing.
He is ready. He hits that third attempt on a national stage.
And he just made his third. He made a third attempt, ladies and gents, a third attempt squat on the national stage.
What a tone to be set for the day for him.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're peeking towards the action here later on in the flight, we've got some insane third attempts going on from our lads. Rondell Hunt and Jared Martin and Michael Astrologo, they're going to be rounding out our flight with insane numbers. We're going to hold the numbers for now. We don't want to give it away just yet. But Chris Appia, 350 kilograms on the bar. That is 771 pounds.
Man, he looks ready.
Oh, yeah, we love that positive self-talk as you come out to the platform.
I am a lifter that does that myself. It sets the tone. It sets the mood.
All right, Chris Appia, this is 350 kilos. And now we talk about the different mindsets that a lifter has to get in. How much of an effect is, or how much of an impact is the mental aspect, you know, in terms of a competition, not just the weight on the bar?
It is huge. So you saw right there.
Oh, wow!
That he fought for that. So those words that he spoke to himself before he got out there.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but my goodness,
Yeah.
2-1, good lift there.
Those words that he spoke could have been the reason that he hit that. He was telling himself that he was capable and ready.
And so, you know, kind of back to what we were talking about, that mindset, you know, how, you know, compared to the weight on the bar, you know, it might just take that extra couple words that you tell yourself.
783 for Brandon.
I think a big thing lately has been manifest, right? So he is, before he steps out on that platform, he's manifesting success with speaking those words to himself, and then proved it right there.
If we're talking in true sports psychology terms that I, you know, happen to have a master's degree in, that is called positive visualization. Brandon Dudley, 355 kilos.
In that beautiful Storm SPD singlet. Shout out our sponsor, SPD.
This is 782 pounds, product of Game Day Barbell in Texas.
He's had some huge momentum on Instagram, so I'm expecting this to move. Let's see.
And does he look like he paused it almost? That looked like a pause single at RPE 8.5.
Yeah, that moved.
And that is a 3 white light lift. Sheesh! Hit him with the ice in the veins. Brandon Dudley, 3 white lights. Now Josh Price, he's going to come right behind. He's going to add 10 kilos on. This is a massive PR attempt there for Josh Price.
He's adding 20 kilos to his second attempt.
After adding 20 kilos to his missed first attempt.
This is true. That second attempt was very, very pretty, very, very strong. So as long as he can replicate that depth, this is going to be huge.
Absolutely. His last highest squat that we've ever had recorded is 347, so to see 355 is kind of nutty. 11 pounds above what he's ever done. 365, excuse me.
Yeah.
22 pounds above anything that he's ever
Kilos.
done.
This is big.
Josh Price, very quiet walkout. Very stoic all across the stance here. Short time now. He did get the start command before the clock ran out.
Oh, come on.
He's able to find his way.
Oh, man.
Unfortunately.
That was a high sticking point.
I was going to say, now, for people at home, now, if you're watching Primetime Out, I hope you kind of know what powerlifting is, but what is a sticking point, and how did that affect him? How did that affect Josh Price in that last squat?
A sticking point is where the lifter has the hardest time and the slowest transition through the whole ascent. And typically, you're going to see that right as they break that parallel and they're starting to press back up to that stand. But his is almost right at lockout.
And so, would that mean that most sticking points for lifters, I guess, just aren't the same, very individual per?
Yeah. So it is very independent on each lifter. Where exactly their sticking point is. It's just way more common to see it low. So when he was able to grind out of the hole and really make it almost all the way up, I thought he was going to be able to hit that lift.
All right, we've got Alejandro Wickham. This is going to be a 20-kilogram PR attempt, 44 pounds on the bar. 44 pounds added on to his all-time best squat. Alejandro Wickham.
372.5. I believe Larry said 804.
And if I'm not mistaken, this might be in the 800s, if not 804. Which for a third attempt, you know this is a massive milestone lift for Alejandro Wickham. He gets a start command. And leaves keys in the tank.
Wow.
2-1, good lift. Michael Astrologo coming up right behind, and now 380.5, ladies and gentlemen, 0.5. Now, I was wrong a little bit earlier. You can take half kilo jumps. It doesn't have to be full kilo. You can take half kilo jumps, and now this will be the squat national record for Michael Astrologo.
He's taken it from himself, so I do believe that he was the one that actually set this record last year at Megan Nats.
And if we know anything about Matt Gary and his history of play calling, you know that this is definitely a number that Michael Astrologo has worked for, is ready for. And we'll see if he's able to materialize it on the platform here. 380.5 kilos from Michael Astrologo for this squat national record attempt. That's 839 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a big squat here.
Quick aside, gosh, that glitter on the TSS rack kind of shines in the light, don't it?
It is beautiful.
Shout out TSS for our platform equipment today. Michael Astrologo.
Oh my gosh.
It looked like he pitched forward onto his toes, but you talk about control and patience in the lift. 3 white lights. Excellent call there. And that is a national record. Another national record there from Michael Astrologo in the 140-kilogram weight class.
Now, in this replay here, you do see he almost shifts backwards and then forward and then stands up, which is an okay thing to do. That is a good lift. It did not go up and down. It can go forward and back as long as his feet do not move.
And now Rondell Hunt, he's coming behind with 385 now. This is a heavier deadlift. Now think about it, Rondell's a whole weight class behind. And I think he weighed in about almost 20 kilos lighter than the next heaviest competitor.
This is an impressive thing to see.
But unfortunately not an American record just yet.
I wonder if we'll see that get broken here today.
Rondell Hunt. No stranger to the grind, ladies and gentlemen. Bringing pride.
That was an impressive fight.
To the USAPL, to Trinidad and Tobago, his home country. And that is a good lift. Oh my God.
What a lift from the Deadlift Lord himself.
I'm astounded, folks. That is insane. The Deadlift Lord, call him the Squat King, the Bench Prince, whatever you want. He does it all, ladies and gentlemen. Rondell Hunt.
I am impressed with the ability of these heavyweight men to fight and grind through a squat. They do not give up.
At all. At all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the action's not over yet. We do have our heaviest squatter, and our heaviest squat on the bar today. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reds you all are seeing on the bar, ladies and gentlemen. 866 pounds. This will be the squat national record attempt for the 125 kilogram weight class. 393 kilos. He is taking this record from himself. Play the hits. Sounds like that's what we're doing.
Now, he set this record himself at the Arnold this year. So it is impressive that he is coming back to hopefully take it again. Let's see. Oh, wow. What a strong attempt.
Undeniably, without question, 3 white lights. That's a solid lift. Jared Martin breaks his own American record.
He is happy about that, as he should be.
Gives me a lot of fear for my weight class.
That is the last squat of Raw National. I am not getting near that dude.
Jared Martin, we saw the replay there. Excellent attempt. And that is an American record attempt, or successful American record attempt for Jared Martin of 393. Now, in terms of our squats on the ladies' side, I know it was just a little bit ago, but what were some of the best squats you saw on that ladies' side?
I was just amazed at at all of their lifts, because there wasn't many missed lifts, and I think almost all of them hit depth, undeniably, which is impressive in and of itself.
That's right. I think one of the big things I saw, you talk about Gabby Phelps. Gabby Phelps is absolutely obliterating the 100 class right now, and it's only going to be just setting the precedent for what she's going to do on bench and deads. And then, not to be outdone, our men's side, absolutely insane squat performance from the majority of our lifters on the platform. We've only seen, there's only 2 missed lifts, and one of those was a scratch. So just a testament to how well our lads are able to grind out these heavy, heavy squats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give us a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break while our lifters get set up for bench. We will start our action here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I knew the range would have been anywhere from 838, which I think is 380 keys, all the way up to maybe 390, and that was the middle of the range, just because am I?
Do we not have Rondo? Okay, never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, I said the range was anywhere from 380 to 390, and I was feeling okay, not great warming up. Mm-hmm. So went with the middle of the range. I did not expect that to be that high. Honestly.
Now, were you making those calls, or was your coach?
It was kind of a collaborative effort. We set the ranges together, and then I was based on that, how it felt, we go with this, and that's what we went with. And honestly, I was I need this for my total. So I couldn't go back down.
That's right. Yeah. And so going into bench and deads, what are you kind of expecting? How is that gonna set the tone for your performance later on for the evening?
Yeah. So that's the only thing. I'm a little bit worried that maybe it would take a little bit out of me in terms of deadlift.
Okay.
Just because I don't really grind like that usually. So we'll see. But bench should be fine. I should be on track for what I want to hit, which would be around 265. So yeah, we'll see.
All right. Well, sounds good. Well, we're not going to take any more story time. We'll let you get rested up, settled up for bench. It was wonderful to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Rondell Hunt, the Deadlift Lord. Thank you for joining us.
While we're taking a break, please go back and see our sponsors and our
Manufactured exclusively in Great Britain, at SBD's state-of-the-art facility, these new 7mm powerlifting knee sleeves have been designed for competitive powerlifters that need the maximum possible support from their sleeves. An innovative new high-grade neoprene offers enhanced second skin compression that molds to the joint all the way through the range of motion. No gapping during flexion means that the knee joint is supported consistently all the way through the lift, helping lifters maintain form and bar speed as they approach maximal attempts. Heavyweight linings, edging and seams, and abrasion-resistant outers that are designed to withstand even the most aggressive fitting make the 7mm knee sleeve the most robust sleeves in SBD's product portfolio. Engineered in Great Britain to SBD's exacting standards, each sleeve is carefully scrutinized by a team of highly trained quality control personnel and comes as standard with SBD's antimicrobial technology and a 1-year warranty.
Get access to world-class coaching in real time from anywhere. Whether in a small group setting or one-on-one, our coaches are in your ear during your training sessions, watching every rep and correcting every mistake.
Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to approach the bench, set up, unrack the bar, and wait for the start command. They can take a lift off from the spotting crew, or not, and they can also use bench blocks of various heights that raise their feet if their feet can't touch the ground. Each of 3 referees can give a white or a red light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. Lifters have to keep their shoulders and butt in continuous contact with the bench pad, and their feet need to be flat on the floor. Once they unrack the bar and are motionless with locked elbows, they'll receive the start command to begin the bench press. They'll lower the bar down to their chest. As soon as the bar is motionless on their chest, they'll receive a press command, where they can fire the bar back up toward lockout. Once their elbows are locked and they're demonstrating control of the bar, they get one last command, a rack command, and the lift is done. The bench press is highly technical, and there are more reasons for a missed lift. A red card is given if the athlete never gets the bar down to their chest. Blue card is given if there is downward movement in the hole of the bar while they're trying to press the bar, or if they have bent elbows at the start or finish of the lift. The yellow card is given for heaving or sinking the bar after the press command, accidentally starting before the start command, pressing before the press command, or racking before the rack command. Yellow cards are also given if your butt comes off the bench, your feet come off the floor, or if you use your feet to anchor against the bench or bench supports. These are the rules of the bench press.
He's like, he's gonna go to the limit, but he said she's gonna get real close. I mean, I think this is gonna be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull.
That's a finish.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me something.
2 white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks.
Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
all of the USA Powerlifting office staff is here because I think they had to be.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are back at the 2023 Raw National Primetime Session for Day 4 here in beautiful Memphis, Tennessee. You are joined by Nick Stevens Jr. and bench professional, lifetime professional, powerlifter extraordinaire, and Dr. Brandon Stock. We are about to start our bench presses in just a couple seconds. We're only 30 seconds away from the action here.
This is arguably my favorite lift.
I wouldn't have guessed.
It's true.
I would not have guessed by the bench pro herself.
This is true.
And now, like going into bench, you know, I know you said this is your favorite lift, so I'm going to be picking your brain a lot on different bench press knowledge, but you know, kind of from a referee standpoint and from our viewers at home, what entails a bench press? What are the commands? What are the needs? Things like that.
So there's 3 commands for a bench. You have start, you have press, you have rack. Now, in order to get the start command, you are going to have to be obviously laying on the bench. Your hands wrapped around the bar. There is a certain place on the bar that your hands cannot go wider than. So the ref will ask you to replace the bar if your hands are in the incorrect place. You have to have your butt firmly planted on the bench, and then also your feet flat on the floor. So those are some of the things that you have to have in order to have the start command. Yep. And you're going to lower the bar. It is going to touch your chest. It does not matter how high your arch is for USAPL. It has to touch your chest, come to a complete stop. It has to be motionless, and then you will get the press command, which at that point you press back all the way up, lock it out, and then you get the rack.
All right, and then with that, we're hoping to see a beautiful exemplification of those rules and those conditions here as we start our bench presses. Casey Himmelberger, she's going to take us to 85 kilograms. That is 187 pounds, just a plate and a quarter in the gym, and she's repping this out, folks. So if you see her in your local Golds or your local hometown gym, just know she doesn't need a spotter.
Now, Casey opted for a handoff there.
And now, is that lifter preference? Like, you know, what kind of, you know, what goes into that?
It is lifter preference. Some like to have a little bit of assistance getting that bar out of the rack to save a little bit of energy. Others like to kind of use that bar and that little bit of a press out of the rack to kind of wedge themselves into position.
And do you see, you know, kind of a prevalence, you know, maybe with lifters that have kind of a higher arch, maybe lifters that have more of a flat bench?
I would say that typically a higher arched lifter is going to do a self handoff because they want to press themselves into position and kind of have the leverage of pulling the bar to exactly where they want.
Speaking of, Michelle Okpala, 92.5 kilos for her bench press opener.
Nice light touch there. Now, because she had such a...
That is going to be 3 white lights, sorry.
It's okay, because she had such a soft touch. Does that typically influence how fast you get a press command?
It can. So, and we're going to see this, especially as we get to our men later on, but the referees are looking for complete stopped motion on the chest, and so by having that soft touch, you're really showing the referees, hey, this is where the bar is, this is where I'm stopping. And so as soon as the referees are able to see that condition, it's more likely they'll get a faster press command. It's not always they have to hold it for 2 seconds. The rule book says until motion is stopped. Now Keona Peak, she's going to open us up with 100 kilos, 504 dots already. Again, she hasn't competed in over a year.
She's opting for a rather narrow grip here. Again, with that nice, beautiful, soft touch. Nice, fast press command because she brought that bar completely motionless at her chest right away.
And that's 3 white lights. She's back on the platform like she's never left, folks. 105, 231 pounds for Miss Gabby Phelps. She is our current first place seat in the ladies 100 kilo class.
There's still a lot of meat left. So she's forecasted first right now. But there's no saying that someone else can't sneak in there. So she's got to come out here and make lifts just like everyone else.
Absolutely, and it definitely does come down to the execution of these lifts, how well these lifters are able to put together a total. And that does come down to completed lifts.
She does have a little bit of a slower descent. Sometimes that plays the lifters' advantages because they're able to maintain tension better. But it does take a little bit more effort, that little bit of a tempo.
Say that again. That's a lot of words. Sorry. Marina Shelton here, 112.5 kilos. And so, from a competitor standpoint, just like you didn't just do this 2 days ago, depending on, what the lifter's goals might be, what do you personally think is better? Would it be, worth it to go 9 for 9, have a clean meet and build the total that way? Or why not just go big on second and thirds?
So as a female, I think that this is one of the calls that I think plays a difference sometimes between males and females. For males on the bench press, for females on the bench press, 2.5 kilos can be a lot. So sometimes taking your second attempt as your heavy attempt is a good call because then you have 2 shots at it. So you might not have that 2.5 kilos for that third attempt, but hitting a solid second and giving yourself the chance that if your touch is a little bit uneven, you have a little bit of a longer pause, you're actually able to come back and hit it for the second attempt.
Catherine Ducote, 112.5. I blinked and I literally missed it, folks. That is a good lift, 2-1. And now we see a red light from the chief judge there, Jen Thompson. What could that be for?
My best guess, just watching that bench there, is that it was soft elbows. So on her unrack, when she unracks, her elbows did not look quite locked out, but because the 2 side refs both gave the start command, the head ref is supposed to give the start command as well. Even if she sees those soft elbows, she'll just call it as a red.
Okay. All right, we've got Miss Alicia Webb, current squat national record holder.
This is our Masters 2 lifter, opening with 115 kilos.
If I'm not mistaken, that looks like 253.
I believe that is correct.
Now you ask Alicia Webb, how much you bench? She says about 250.
This is more than 2 plates in your standard gym. These are some strong ladies here.
Oh, goodness. Well, big shout out to our spotters and loaders there for making sure Alicia was okay out of that press. Unsure what happened there.
She doesn't seem too phased by it, so I wonder if it was just a little bit of a misgroove and maybe her shoulders were not set completely correct before she got the bar in her hands.
It's very possible, that shoulder might have slipped, and so in doing that, I don't know if we can get a replay on that, but that we saw the bar kind of go towards the head a little bit, and so when the shoulders go out, the bar go towards the head. It is a lot harder to maintain that technique, so I imagine she'll come and probably retake that lift. And now this is 122.5 kilos for Miss Brittany Baker.
This is 270 pounds, and she made it look like air. That was beautiful. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. And ladies and gentlemen, 100. I'm speechless saying this number. Alexis Jones, this, I'm not sure if this is an American record attempt for her, but it's very possible that her own American record will be broken in these attempts. Like, she owns the bench press. Let's just put it that way, folks. Alexis Jones, 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Now you ask Alexis Jones how much she benches, she's going to say about 350. Product of Midland University.
This is absolutely insane.
And yes, folks, I did say Midland University. She is a collegiate student. She competed at Collegiate Nationals earlier this year.
So she is no stranger to these national stages. Sometimes that can be intimidating for some lifters, but she already did it once this year.
Very soft touch on the chest there for Alexis Jones. Almost looked like an empty bar there. 3 white lights there for Alexis. Now, that's a lot in the tank. That's a lot in the tank. There is no question about it. And I think we just got word, folks, that Alexis Jones, she is eyeing a 700 kilo total. Well over 1,500 pounds for the Midland University product. But we have yet to see it. We've still got 2 more benches and a whole flight of deads. We're going to move on to Casey Himmelberger, 90 kilos.
This is just shy of 200 pounds. This is 198 pounds for a second attempt bench.
Now, it looks like here, I mean, one, that was an exceptional opener there for Casey, but it looks as though that was a little bit of a closer grip. And now, you yourself are kind of a wider grip bencher. Why would someone elect to go, close versus wide?
I do bench with a max grip, so my hands are as wide as they are legally allowed to be in competition, allowing me to decrease my range of motion, but it does put a different muscle under demand. So the grip width a lot of times will depend upon where lifters are strong. Are they stronger in their chest? Are they stronger in their triceps? And then are they able to transition that bar quickly with that closer grip? Some lifters are, some lifters aren't. When my hands come closer, my bench is a little bit weaker, but hers was beautiful.
Michelle Okpala, 95 kilos. That's 209 pounds, folks. That's a good lift there. She blew up that second attempt.
Yeah.
And in thinking about, how light these attempts go, maybe taking it light on bench. We were talking about earlier taking your heaviest on bench. Well, what if you go super light on your second? Does that give you more room for your third?
It can. So she might have a different tactic where she is just trying to build the total. She wants those small, steady increments, and that's what she's used to in training. So why change it up on the stage?
That's right. And here comes Kiona Peak, 107.5 with the... I love the socks. I really do. I'm a fine purveyor of funky socks myself. It's interesting as well, going along that to see the different kind of, presences that these lifters bring to the platform, the different kinds of energies, and it really sets the tone for each individual lifter.
So we just mentioned narrow grip. Kiona's is even more narrow. So she does have a longer range of motion, but she doesn't make it look like it is. It is a beautiful bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are flying through the second attempts. We're already almost halfway through. Gabby Phelps, 112.5. Gabby Phelps, our current first seat in the 100 kilo class, looking to take 248 for her second attempt.
So she does opt for that little bit of a wider grip there.
Very, very slow control to the chest. Really making use of that soft touch, building that tension all the way to the chest and then exploding through. That's a good lift there. Now 3 white lights. Miss Alicia Webb is up next. Now, after that opener, it didn't seem like she was phased all too much. It did look like it kind of fell on her just a little bit. We're hoping that's a misgroove.
That can sometimes be hard to come back from mentally. So I hope she was able to, talk it out with her coach, figure out exactly what went wrong, and hopefully here we'll just see it fly.
And now, in looking at this attempt, Miss Alicia, she almost kind of has to make this attempt if she wants to, be on the board. Otherwise, she could put herself into a pretty tough position going into third attempts on bench here.
Yeah, and if she does not get a bench press here today, that record that she set will actually not stand. But that was beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know why we're even talking about her not making it. She just shut us up.
She did.
Miss Alicia Webb, you deserved every kilo of that bench press. That is a good lift for her.
So because she hit a deadlift, she is still in the competition, which means as of right now, her record still stands.
That's right. We've got Miss Marina Shelton, open lifter out of La Mirada, California. It looks like she's coming back, and, looking at her recent training, she is coming back from a hamstring injury. She did recently compete at the Arnold. And it looked like it fared her fairly well on squat, 3 for 3.
Typically, hamstring injury isn't going to come too much into play with bench. What a beautiful bench. But I do believe that she actually changed her deadlift style because of that hamstring strain.
Oftentimes that fares better, Catherine Ducote, she's going to go to 120 kilos, 264 pounds. Now, you see Catherine having a quick little aside there with the head spotter. What do you think he's telling her there?
I think she is telling him exactly how she likes her handoff. So it is a lot of times a very specific way that the lifters like the handoff. Do they want a lot of help out of the rack or just a little bit of guidance? So a little bit more stability, but still allows them to feel the weight. Yeah.
It looked a little soft at the start there in the elbows. Let's see what the judges say there.
That's exactly what we saw in that first attempt. 3 white lights.
That's a good lift there. It looks like she makes it. Now Brittany Baker, 130 is up next for her. All right, Brittany Baker, she's got 130 loaded up for her.
This is 287 pounds. Loaded for a second attempt bench.
All right, Brittany Baker, she gets the start command, or gets the lift off, gets the start command product of Flex Training Systems.
Oh, what a beautiful bench.
I was going to say there was almost no effort on there. It definitely left some kilos on the tank there. 3 white lights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Alexis Jones, she's going to go to 167.5. Her own American record is 168. So it is almost a clear assumption that she will be breaking her own American record today on bench press.
I believe that is a safe assumption to make. Typically, if a lifter is going to come to that close to their record on a second attempt, they are planning to blow it up on the third.
And now we say 167.5. This is a ton of weight, ladies and gentlemen. This is almost if I'm not mistaken, this is 364 pounds. Absolutely more than I could bench. I don't bench a lot, but Alexis Jones definitely does. She gets that lift off. Just 0.5 kilo under her all-time. And it looks like she has about 12.5 left in the tank. She is undeniably the American national champion. 369 pounds goes down for Alexis Jones. Casey Himmelberger is going around to solve for third attempts, 95 kilos. Look at that replay, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, I can't wait for her third attempt. It's going to be such a joy to watch as a bench presser myself.
And she looks comfortable. Like, that's one word that I want to say, just about Alexis Jones. I've been watching her training thus far. I actually got to watch her live at CNETs. And no matter what the energy is around her, she's an extremely calm lifter. And that just adds so much more, for lack of better words, spice, a little bit of je ne sais quoi to the way that she lifts, to her performance. All right, Casey Himmelberger, 95 kilos are loaded up for her. This is 209 pounds, just 5 kilos under her all-time best bench press. Finds a little bit of a bobble at the chest.
You saw her shake her head there, so she knew it was not going to lock out. I do believe, too, that there was a little bit of up-down before she actually did shake her head for the lifters, or the spotters, to grab the bar. And
it's interesting to note, a lifter, oftentimes they're just focused on getting the weight up, right? And so it's possible, when she felt that kind of up and down motion, she's like, you know what, take it. No matter what I do, the lift won't count anyway.
Right.
Let's save that energy.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do as a composed lifter, is to realize when the lift has no longer gone according to plan. And if it's going to get red lights, don't waste your energy.
Right. Michelle Okpala, 97.5 kilos. 214 pounds.
Now
An 11-pound lifetime PR attempt, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
It didn't look like it. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 white lights. Talked to her nice. She said, yep, that'll work.
3 for 3 on bench.
Fiona Peak, 115, 253.
So, Brandis, you know, you're a professional bencher yourself. You're familiar with all things bench, the environment, etc. Why, like, and I'm noticing, you know, the crowd, you know, not many people are standing, and we're already on third attempt benches. You know, these are massive benches by our ladies. Why is bench, you know, generally kind of a low, I don't want to say low energy, but not as hype, you know, than squat or deadlift?
I think a lot of that has to do with, one, the fact that there's actually 3 commands on this lift, so that lifters having to listen for more, but they're also having to maintain a lot more tension throughout their entire body for this rep, or for these reps. And on top of that, it's smaller muscle groups, so it's actually a lot of work to be done.
Fiona Peak, very close grip, 115 kilos. Can she find her way? Oh, no. Spotters and loaders take it. Very big shout out to them. And that's a pretty decent jump that Kiona just took from 107 to 115. And, you know, that is 7.5, so it is an even jump from her first to second. But, you know, like we were talking about earlier, when you have not that much energy left for your seconds, you would often go to like for a smaller third.
Yeah, sometimes lifters are very, very confident that they have more in the tank. And other times they have a number in their head. So that might have been a lifetime PR for her that she was coming out for. I'm not sure. But sometimes that plays a role too. Lifters have goals, right?
Gabby Phelps. That's going to be a 5 kilo jump. Unfortunately, will be a no lift for her. She is 4 for 6 on the day. If I'm not mistaken, still forecasted first place in our 100 kilos. I was going to say, I've been watching your training thus far, and, you know, like I said, she followed me back. Shout out Gabby. But, you know, it looks like she might have just had kind of an iffy peak, you know, going into bench. You know, we've seen her do a lot more in training. And can you know, how can you speak to that? You know, how specific does a peak have to be, you know, especially for bench, because it is such a high-tech lift?
Because it is such a technical lift, the smallest thing can throw that off. So it could be as small as some hip tightness, could be something fell off. She could have had a pec strain. So many factors playing into that. Could just be fatigue.
And it looks like Miss Marina Shelton unfatigued. 120, 264, 3 white lights for Miss Marina Shelton. Alicia Webb coming up right behind with 120.5. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say 0.5, so this will be a national Masters 2 record attempt for Miss Alicia Webb.
She's coming for it all today.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the crowd is looking a little seated, but Brandis and I, we are hype. This is a Masters national record attempt, ladies and gentlemen, 120.5 kilos.
Now, she is coming off that failed first attempt. She made it fly on her second.
I'll say that second was blown up.
But there's no guarantee here.
Alicia Webb getting the shakes out. She finds herself under this national record attempt for the Masters 2 weight class, for the Masters 2 H division, excuse me. Very slow off the chest. Can she find her way?
Wow, stick with it.
What an excellent grind.
Wow.
Now, I saw a little, I don't want to say I saw up and down, and I hope the judges didn't either. And unfortunately, they did. 2-1. That is going to be a no lift. Let's check the replay on there.
Now watch that center of that bar. Oh.
Yep, right there. From there, it was an even press all the way up, but it was right at the beginning when she hit that sticking point. God, what an attempt there from Miss Alicia Webb. You have to go for it. This is Raw Nationals.
She does. She's actually been competing for quite a while, too. So she is seasoned. She will come back and get that.
11 years. 11 years she's been on the platform.
We've got Catherine taking a 5 kilo jump from 120 to 125 here.
This is 275 pounds. And, you know, when you think about bench and you talk about, you know, how much you have to listen to and how much you have to pay attention to, you almost can liken it to any other major sport, you know, like golf or, you know, tennis, you know, where you have to kind of pay attention, let the lifters do their thing.
Yeah.
2-1, good lift there for Catherine Ducote. She goes through bench 3 for 3. Really building up that subtotal there, currently at 307.5.
Bars Road says that. Here comes Rick.
right, we've got Brittany Baker, 135 kilos, 297 big ones are on the bar.
Just shy of 300 pounds.
And left so much more in the tank for pulls. I think we're going to see an excellent battle from her. And that's a good lift from her. 3 white lights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do we have a story for you for this third attempt bench press here? Alexis Jones, 172.5. So she is breaking her own American record for the 140 plus kilo ladies class. She also, if successful with this attempt, will have the second highest bench press of any female in drug-tested powerlifting history.
In any federation.
A milestone. And this is Raw Nationals, folks. This is where we see such milestones be made. And this is USA Powerlifting, where the best drug-free sport is seen. 172.5. Here comes Alexis Jones. Boom! Wow. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all her. Talk to her nice. A new American record attempt.
Now, it is not abnormal to see that kind of weight for a squat. And she just benched it with ease. What a beautiful bench.
Now, for all of our coaches out there, that was about an RPE 7.5. Hit me up in the chat if you think I'm right or not.
Moving right along.
With that, oh, wait, we were on benches. That's right. We still have our lads. Sorry, I got distracted. When you see a bench like that, you know, you forget there's other things happening. But David Wilson, Brazos Valley Barbell, he's going to open us up with 180. 396. David Wilson, a monster bench press.
Now, if you saw with his bench, he did not utilize that quite as soft a touch as our females, most of our females did. So he used what we would consider a sinking technique, which is totally fine as long as after he gets the press command, that bar does not go back down.
Yeah, it's very possible we will see that with many of our heavier benchers today. Josh Price coming up with 185 kilos, 407 pounds. Definitely letting the spotter know how he wants that.
Oh.
And he is asking for a rack height adjustment. Now, this is going to be on his time, as this was his listed rack height. But he does have plenty of time, 30 seconds. Now, in most cases, that would be a relift if that wasn't the original rack height that he had listed on Lifting Cast. But in this case, it looks like they aren't going to elect to go for a relift, and he's just going to go for it. 185 kilos. A 4-plate date for Josh Price.
Oh, my gosh.
And that's 407 pounds.
And that's a good lift for Joshua Price. And so, Brandon, as you look at a lot of our men here, they're electing to not go for, or to try to go for a super, super high arch. You know, they're letting their backs kind of position themselves how it wants. Obviously, you still want to maintain tension, but can you kind of speak to, you know, the differences, you know, between high arch, low arch, and why it gets so much hate?
Yeah, so that was beautiful. Before I continue.
Brandon Dudley, 185, 3 white lights.
So typically with the higher weight classes, they do have typically a flatter bench. You typically see those higher arches in our lower weight classes, which a lot of times has to do with flexibility and range of motion, which is what we talked about with the squat, with those uprights being in. The heavier weight lifters a lot of times have that little bit less range of motion, which is going to require them to utilize a little bit more muscle and a little bit less technique. So that's also why we see a lot of times those little bit heavier touches.
Carrington Amati with an empty bar.
And a beautiful light touch. As I was speaking, how that doesn't always happen with the heavier weights.
3 white lights, that is a good lift. And now speaking to that, no, because if anybody knows who you are, which at this point in powerlifting you should, why is a high arch okay?
So a high arch.
And why is it preferred even?
Right, a arch, just like any architect will tell you, an arch is actually a very, very stable shape, right? That's why we use it for bridges. And that is actually going to position the shoulders in a optimal position to press, put a little bit less strain on the actual shoulder muscles, and allow them to utilize themselves properly. Use a little bit less pec.
Jared Martin, 192.5.
Beautiful.
It wasn't exceptionally fast. You know, it didn't completely blow off the chest, but very smooth all the way through. The lockout was almost pristine. And you could take a picture of the moment.
And it moves the same from start to finish, which is a solid first attempt. So there was not much of a struggle. It was just very composed.
Alejandro Wickham, 205 kilos loaded up. This is 451 pounds.
And then Johnson. Chris, and then Johnson.
We are now into 450-pound benches.
And we are not going back, folks.
Wow.
Now, this is something interesting I noticed here with Alejandro here. He's choosing to bench with heels. A lot of our lifters that we've noticed across these sessions have been benching in flats. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between those two and why a lifter would choose one before the other?
In the USAPL, in order to get a start command and a clean lift, you have to have your feet flat on the ground. So some lifters will opt for those, what we call lifters, heeled shoes, to bring that floor up to their heel instead of forcing their heel down. Some people get a little bit better of a leg drive from that position, but it also decreases the risk of their heels coming up during the bench press.
Chris Appia, he's got 205 loaded as well. There it is. Chris Appia makes a bench press.
Yes.
3 white lights.
That is big for him.
And if I'm not mistaken, he did bomb out last year?
I do believe so. Bombed out last year at Nationals, so the fact that he is on the board with a good bench is big.
Josh Longoria here, 210 kilos, big bench press opener here, 463 pounds. Now, Josh, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like his...
Looked like soft elbows, I agree. Let's see what the refs say.
That was a decently fast press, like a decently fast start command from when he unracked it, so it looks like the side judges didn't see that.
I agree. Head ref didn't either. He got 3 white lights.
Now, Michael Astrologo, not to be outdone, 225 kilograms are loaded up for him. Our current squat record holder.
I will say, on Josh's bench, they might have been a little bit what we would consider soft, but they locked out at the same position. So he might not have that full range of motion of his elbows. So he's starting and ending in the same position.
The struggle of having massive triceps.
Yes.
All right, Michael Astrologo, he's getting under a 4-plate date. Not pounds, folks, kilos. 4-plate date, this is 485 pounds. From our current national champion. Chris Appia, Astrologo, goodness, complete wrong name. Astrologo, very big sink on the chest, but once he did get that start command, it did not go any further down. I apologize on the numbers earlier. It's actually 496 that Michael Astrologo opened up with, 496 pounds.
Which means this 235 kilo bench opener, we are now in the 500s.
And now this is Rondell Hunt, product of Trinidad and Tobago, 235 kilos. Now, in any of his competitions, this is 7.5 kilos more than he's ever done.
Setting himself up perfect.
He's never opened up with higher than this. Or, yes.
And because we now have 500 pounds on the bar, we do have 5 spotters and loaders ready. So we've got 2 on each side to make sure that if anything was to go wrong, he's nice and safe. Didn't need him.
Squat king, bench monarch, deadlift lord, whatever you want to call him, man, is a renaissance man. He can do it all. 3 white lights, 500-pound bench opener moves like that. 512 bench opener, excuse me. 518, excuse me.
240 kilos in Devin.
Now here comes Devin with 240 kilos loaded on the bar. We saw him go for that American record attempt last year. I imagine, now this is the national stage, this is where you go for redemption for these kind of things, so would not be surprised if we see that loaded up in further attempts. And now this is his best lift, Devin Williams, as he is the second heaviest bench of all the weight classes in this flight at 240. Actually ties the heaviest opener bench in our class. And now, Brandis, with that, before we get on to Nathan Redwing with this another 240 kilogram opener, can you talk a little bit about, what, you hear often online on Instagram, the different forums, bench press specialist, deadlift specialist, squat specialist. You said earlier you can't win off of just one lift, right? But bench press, that's a great lift to have an advantage on, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely is. So bench press, if you, really any lift, you can get a solid ground to gain and set yourself apart in any lift. Bench is an easy one to do because, like I was saying, 2.5 kilos can sometimes be a lot. Oh, come on.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the risk taker himself, Nathan Redwing. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift. This will be very, very interesting to see what he does for this second attempt. That's pretty close to the most he's ever done in competition for a first attempt. So it's interesting to see why he chose that attempt and where he's going to go from there.
Yeah, that's interesting. His best ever in competition, I believe, is 242.5. So 2.5 kilos under that. So either he's been feeling really good in training, or he's taking a risk and he's wanting it to pay off.
And now Nathan Redwing, you look at his bench, he's very explosive off the chest, right? He builds a lot of momentum into his chest, sinks. He's even lifting his head up, which is a new rule. The bench press is allowed to be completed with the head up at any point in the lift. And so he builds a lot of that tension in the chest and then massive explosion off the chest. With that massive explosion, you have to keep going. You have to maintain everything in a straight line. Any small misgroove or adjustment in that vertical line, and it'll be a missed lift. David Wilson keeps within that vertical line, 187.5.
He has
412.
a very similar style. So he also lets that bar sink. He does not lift his head, but he is letting that bar sink and then exploding it off his chest, which sometimes can result in a little bit of a butt lift.
And that matches his best competition bench press.
With a little room in the tank. So I'll be interested to see where thirds go.
So Carrington Amati, 192.5. And correction, this actually, well, let's see. And so that was his best bench press ever in competition, and it clearly didn't look like it. It looked like a last warm-up, if I'm being completely honest. 2-1, that is a good lift. Now we saw one red. Did you see anything from that bench press that he could have gotten that for?
I did not, but we only get one angle. So not sure exactly why he got that red, but...
And so, excellent segue, for our viewers at home, if they don't agree with a call, they don't get, they don't have the best angle. Our referees do.
This is true.
And so, with that, if for those of you watching at home, if you're powerlifting, if you're in the sport, be the change. Go through referee certification. Ask your state chair. They're more than happy to take on more state refs. We need them.
Yeah.
So get involved.
It's fun to give back too. If you are a power lifter, giving back to the sport, helping out your other local lifters, it's a lot of fun.
You're a ref too as well, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Josh Price, 195, 10 kilos up from his first attempt.
That was a beautiful lift from my view.
Brandon Dudley's going to take that same 195. We're going to take a quick look at our 125 kilogram ranking, excuse me. We've got Rondell Hunt currently with 1,002.5 on his total. Jared Martin, 963. Brandon Dudley right behind with 924. Would you look at that? And then what do you see at fifth there? Devin Williams with 902.5. Prime time is the best of the best, ladies and gentlemen.
This is going to be fun. Oh my. I think that moved faster than his first.
Ooh, he looked excited the way he jumped off that bench there. 3 white lights.
Flexing and posing as he walks off the stage there.
It's important too, with bench press, with really all of the lifts or whatever lifts you find, most nerve-wracking. It's important to just stay calm, have a good time. This is the national stage. There's high stakes, there's money, there's rankings, there's world titles, but we're all just having fun here, folks. This is a beautiful sport. None of us would be doing it if we didn't love it and love every aspect of it. Jared Martin, 205, 451 pounds. He took this at the Arnold last year and arguably made it look a lot smoother, but it is the same second attempt. And so we'll see if he elected to probably go for a bigger jump from second to third there. I wonder if that's just a coincidence.
Now, Nick, you are a coach, so question for you. When you take a smaller jump potentially from your first to your second, does that mean you have to take either that or less for your third?
Absolutely not. You can go way more. Oftentimes it does come down to how well the coach knows the lifter and how well the lifter knows themselves, like we talked earlier. And, say you take a 10-kilo jump from first to second and it blew up just like that did. You might as well load it up, folks. That was 12.5 kilos.
Now, 12.5 kilos is a decent-sized jump for a bench. So likely, probably we'll see either something, either 12.5 again or something similar to that third attempt.
But then on the flip side of that, it is that's why it is so common, for bench press to start, with a big jump and then a smaller jump. You want to gain as much ground on bench as possible because that is where most of lifters, will falter. Bench is the most commonly missed lift. And so getting as much poundage as you can before you reach that very, very, very top end where you're more likely to miss. And that is going to be a no lift there for Chris Appia. 217.5 is going to be a no lift. We got Josh Longoria coming out with 220 kilos. His last bench press, or best bench press was 225 kilos. He last hit that at Rising Tide in Texas. And Texas, is one of our biggest powerlifting regions in the USAPL. And, going on to that, we do now have a regional series back in the USAPL. You are actually any lifter that has competed in a state level event is open to qualify. And if we're talking in terms of the national stage, the top 3 in each weight class gain a 50 kilogram total handicap. So say you're 50 kilos under the all-time total. If you win first 3 at regionals, you've got a ticket to nationals.
Now, to me, that looked like soft elbows again. So we will see. Oh, the refs didn't see it. 3 white lights.
And see, now this is, I might, if I may, I might say a tagline from my local commentary. We are backseat judges. We only see one angle. Thankfully, the White Lights media team has done a phenomenal job of providing us multiple different angles of our bench presses and of all of our lifts throughout this week. But we only see one angle. The referees see so much more than we do.
And at a national level event, you have your 3 refs, but you also have a jury table. So what's the jury table used for?
So juries are used, and they have to be at pro level events or national level events or higher. And juries can be used to overturn lifts. So they are a table of 3 to 4 judges. Senior international. We're going to pause, say Michael Astor logo, 3 white lights for that 235. He sets himself up pretty nicely in that first place spot. Now Red Wing did, now he is coming right behind. He's going to retake 240. It looked, I want to say it was a missed groove off the chest there for Nathan Red Wing. But we'll see if he's able to come back here. Pro wrestler himself. Now we were, I was commentating on Tuesday and we were playing all the wrestling music. You know, we had Undertaker's theme. This would be a time, if any, to have some wrestling music on right now. Nathan Red Wing 240.
It'd make him feel right at home.
And now he did weigh in the heaviest of all of our lifters. And so with bench press here, oh, that was pretty. Nathan Red Wing, and see, 3 white lights, he's on the board.
That was a big make for him. He needed that.
And for such a, and you know, in the manner at which the first attempt was a miss, the way he was able to come back from that and find all the momentum he needed off the chest was pristine. Excellent work there for Nathan Red Wing. He stays in the game. Sometimes
it's really hard to come back from a miss on seemingly strength, maybe a little bit of technique, but having to try to grind through that sticking point and not making it can sometimes be intimidating to come back and hard to push through that sticking point.
That's right. Now we got Nathan Williams currently listed in second for our 125s at the moment. I don't know if y'all remember the ranking earlier, but he was currently listed 5th for our 125 kilogram weight class. So the fact that he is projected second at the moment is insane to see.
Set himself up nicely for a third there.
That was
beautiful.
And now 247.5. I don't know what that is in freedom units, but I reckon that's well over 520 pounds, no?
I believe so.
540, excuse me. So that is a 5-plate date. You see those guys in the gym repping out more than 5 plates? Well, these are them. And this is another one, Rondell Hunt. And now with this attempt, as just a second attempt at 556 pounds, this will crack him into the top 15 bench presses of all time across weight classes.
This is just a strong man. Coming off of a huge squat. Wow.
How fast that move, it looked like the spotters helped him. I know they didn't, but they might as well have 3 white lights. Ladies and gentlemen, that 1,000-kilo total is going down the drain for Rondell Hunt. Let's look at that again. Soft touch as well.
He's got some great momentum moving on today.
And let's think about this, folks. Let's try and conceptualize this just a little bit. Rondell Hunt, not our heaviest lifter. He's a 125-kilogram lifter. We've got 140, 140 pluses in this weight class as well. This man is a freak. Now, David Wilson here, 190 kilograms. Last year, David Wilson did come in 4th place for the 110-kilogram weight class, but he is currently forecasted 5th. David Wilson, no stranger to the grind. 190 kilograms. Show us the replay. 2-1. That is a good lift. Let's watch that back, folks. And now, Brandon, as we're watching this replay here, you look at any up and downward motion.
I don't see. I did not see any. Just like the refs did not see any.
And are they looking for the weights moving up and down, or like what? You know, as a referee, I can't say anything. As from a referee standpoint, where are you looking for that up and down motion?
Typically, the head ref is looking straight at the center knurling, so right at the middle of the bar to see if it's going up and down at all. Now, our side refs are positioned that they are able to see that as well, so they are looking for the entirety of the barbell to go up or down.
Carrington Amati, 3 white lights.
No up and down on that one. That was beautiful.
He's shaking his head, and Marcellus, he wants a little bit more weight on that bar, I imagine. Brandon Dudley, 202.5. 446 pounds loaded up for Brandon Dudley. He's currently in third.
Now he is in the same weight class as Rondell, separated by nearly 100 kilos to just show the dominance of Rondell.
But Brandon Dudley dominated that bench just as well.
Not to be outdone, that was beautiful.
In the SBD singlet with a little bit of a tag there for Game Day Barbell. Coach Joe Stanek very impressed with that attempt. Josh Price, 205. Currently in 5th place for our lads, 100 in our 140 kilogram weight class. Handler Abi Ababu, he competed earlier today. And now, this is an insane stat that we just got, folks. Josh Price, he's been in the game for almost 20 years. 20 years.
That's incredible.
Competing back in 2003. Not able to find enough juice off the chest there.
Just to put that in perspective, we do have a junior lifter competing in the females. He was lifting in his first competition right around the same time that Alexis was born.
What a factoid there. Someone clip that. That is insane. Now 212.5 there. The here we got for Jared Martin for his third attempt here. And now Jared does come from an equipped lifting background, so this will be one of his best raw benches. And now Brandon, and fun fact about Jared Martin, he did actually go 242, so he does have the equipped American record for bench press. Now, when you look at an equipped lifter like Jared Martin, how do you think that played an effect, if at all, on how his bench pressing raw would go?
So one thing that would actually play to his advantage is he knows what heavy weight feels like in his hands on the unrack. Sometimes it can be intimidating to hold a heavy barbell in your hands, but when he's held 242 pounds, 212.5 might not feel heavy on the unrack, which could play to his benefit for confidence, but the equipped bench shirt does allow for a little bit of help off the chest, which is going to save some strength on his end.
Correction, he did that lift at Equipped Nationals earlier this year, excuse me. Chris Appia.
Good catch by our spotters and loaders there. Just a little bit too much on the day. Still got his first though, so he's still in the competition.
Yep, he is still forecasted third for our 140s. Josh Longoria, 222.5. Currently forecasted third for the 140 pluses.
Now this is a small jump from his second to his third. It's only a 2.5 kilo jump. So he might have done what we talked about earlier, which was kind of just take that second attempt as a heavy attempt to try to get all the kilos that he can. It looked like he had more in the tank, but that was a nice bench. Let's see if the refs agree. 2-1.
2-1, that is a good lift. And now there's only two 140 pluses, so he is actually forecasted second now. Now we'll see what he puts in. Well, I mean, obviously we'll have to see how deadlifts shake out, but that attempt did set him up well for second place. We'll have to see what Jared Martin ends up pulling for deadlifts. Alejandro Wickham, 230 kilograms loaded up for his last bench press attempt. making use of the sink. Unfortunately, not able to find his way all the way up there. Now, Alejandro Wickham, that will be a no lift. He is still solidified second place for our 140s, right behind our current national champion, Michael Astrologo, who is going to take 242.5 kilograms. We see Matt Gary right behind getting set up behind our lifter. Michael Astrologo looking to retain his title in the 140 kilo class. 242.5, 534 pounds.
Oh, that was beautiful.
And what an explosion that was, ladies and gentlemen. A man who's used to this. He's used to this. What an excellent, excellent attempt there. 3 white lights there from Michael Astrologo, our current national champion. Adding more and more to the total. Now, Nathan Redwing, he's going to be up next, only going up 5 kilos, which in the grand scheme, that is a decently conservative jump there for Nathan Redwing. He is coming off of that missed first. Who knows how much that took off of him during his second. And now he is currently ahead of our current national champion in the 140 plus kilo weight class, Josh Longoria.
I'll be interested to see how this goes.
Nathan Redwing, 245 kilos. Just 3 more bench presses left on the day. 540, not able to find his way off the chest either. And now we're seeing, like I said earlier, bench press, one of those lifts that is more commonly missed. But you have to make those jumps. You have to take those chances, especially with the bench press, because you need every kilo you can get. Devin Williams, 255.5. Oh, excuse me, the voice crack. 0.5, ladies and gentlemen. That is an American bench record attempt for the 125 kilo weight class. Devin Williams. We're seeing some things shake up tonight, folks. And now this will be a provisional. This will be an American record for Devin Williams, but Rondell Hunt, be on the lookout.
Now, this bench record has been standing for a long time. If he makes this, he is breaking a record from 2016.
By one of my favorite lifters, Dennis Cornelius, and he does with ease, ladies and gentlemen. You don't even need to see the lights, but there's 3 of them.
That was an absolute beautiful attempt.
We saw him shake the
Let's
hand.
watch it again here. Oh,
wow.
My gosh. Textbook.
Shaking the hand of the bench press queen herself, Jen Thompson, referee judge. And I don't think that that's going to, I mentioned earlier, that was an American record attempt, but Rondell, unfortunately a guest lifter, but in the 125 kilo class.
Now, because he's a guest lifter, is he able to take a record? It'll be interesting to see how this goes.
This is going to be 10 kilos above his all-time bench press PR. 262.5. 578 pounds. Knocking on the door of 600, folks. Knocking on the door of 600. He might as well open it. Make a stay. 3 white lights for Rondell Hunt, the Deadlift Lord, the bench monarch, the squat king, the Renaissance man. 3 white lights. What an absolute show we've seen on bench press, ladies and gentlemen.
That was amazing to watch.
It absolutely was. And now we're talking about some of our ladies. Earlier today we saw Marina Shelton. that is a Masters bench press record. Keona Peak, phenomenal way through. Michelle Jones, and then Alexis Jones. Excuse me, Alexis Jones, the Alexis Jones. I apologize if you listen back to this stream and hate me forever. The Alexis Jones breaks her own American squat record. 700 kilos for her total, just on the ladies' side. This is absolutely insane what we're watching here today, folks.
Yeah, I can't imagine ever having 380 pounds in my hands over my chest. So to watch her bench that in person right here at USAPL Nationals
That's right.
was insane.
That's right. We talk about, our ladies. Like I said, Alexis Jones is on track to break that 700 kilo record. On the flip side of that, on our lads' side, Rondell Hunt, he is knocking on the door of that 1,000 kilo total. And this is history being broken, folks. These are the biggest numbers that have ever been put on a bar in USAPL history. I don't think that can be understated enough.
I would not be surprised if we see him break 1,000 kilos by a chunk of change. I don't think it's going to be close.
I don't think it'll be close either. And now he is the heavy front runner for the 125 kilo classes, and it does, kind of stink that he won't go for any of these American records, though. But the moment that he gets a chance to come for these records, they're his.
Looking ahead at that opener for deadlifts, if he hits his opener on deadlift, he will hit 1,002 kilos on his opener.
Oh, so it's done.
As long as he hits it. Yep.
That's it. Okay. If he breaks into a special class of people, 2,200, 1,000 kilo total. Only a few lifters in USAPL history have ever thought to reach that point.
And he still has 2 attempts left after that.
And he's a 125.
That's insane.
He's him, folks. He is him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We are going to get the platform loaded up. Don't go anywhere. The party starts when the weight hits the floor. We'll be right back.
Manufactured exclusively in Great Britain, at SBD's state-of-the-art facility, these new 7mm powerlifting knee sleeves have been designed for competitive powerlifters that need the maximum possible support from their sleeves. An innovative new high-grade neoprene offers enhanced second skin compression that molds to the joint all the way through the range of motion. No gapping during flexion means that the knee joint is supported consistently all the way through the lift, helping lifters maintain form and bar speed as they approach maximal attempts. Heavyweight linings, edging and seams, and abrasion-resistant outers that are designed to withstand even the most aggressive fitting make the 7mm knee sleeve the most robust sleeves in SBD's product portfolio. Engineered in Great Britain to SBD's exacting standards, each sleeve is carefully scrutinized by a team of highly trained quality control personnel and comes as standard with SBD's antimicrobial technology and a 1-year warranty.
Get access to world-class coaching in real time from anywhere. Whether in a small group setting or one-on-one, our coaches are in your ear during your training sessions, watching every rep and correcting every mistake.
The deadlift is a simple and pure feat of strength. Once the bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to begin the lift. There are no start commands and you can begin whenever you like. The lifter has to stand up with the bar with their knees locked, hips at full extension, and their shoulders back. Once they do, they'll get a down command and can guide the bar back down to the floor. Easy peasy. There are 2 deadlift styles. In a conventional deadlift, lifters grip the bar outside of their legs, or they grip the bar in between their legs with a wider stance called a sumo deadlift. Each of 3 referees can give a red or a white light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. There's a few reasons for a missed lift. It's a red card if they didn't stand all the way up with their shoulders back, or if they didn't lock their knees at the finish of the lift. It's a blue card if there is downward movement in the hold of the bar on their way up, or if they support the bar on their thighs to lever the bar up to lockout, sometimes called hitching or ramping. And it's a yellow card if they lower the bar before receiving the down command, or if they release or slam the bar to the floor, or if they lose balance and take a step by accident. Those are the rules of the deadlift.
like, she's gonna go to the limit.
But he said she's gonna get real close.
I mean, I think this is gonna be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull.
That's a finish.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me something.
2 white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks.
Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
Manufactured exclusively in Great Britain, at SBD's state-of-the-art facility, these new 7mm powerlifting knee sleeves have been designed for competitive powerlifters that need the maximum possible support from their sleeves. An innovative new high-grade neoprene offers enhanced second skin compression that molds to the joint all the way through the range of motion. No gapping during flexion means that the knee joint is supported consistently all the way through the lift, helping lifters maintain form and bar speed as they approach maximal attempts. Heavyweight linings, edging and seams, and abrasion-resistant outers that are designed to withstand even the most aggressive fitting make the 7mm knee sleeve the most robust sleeves in SBD's product portfolio. Engineered in Great Britain to SBD's exacting standards, each sleeve is carefully scrutinized by a team of highly trained quality control personnel and comes, as standard, with SBD's antimicrobial technology and a 1-year warranty.
Get access to world-class coaching in real time from anywhere. Whether in a small group setting or one-on-one, our coaches are in your ear during your training sessions, watching every rep and correcting every mistake.
The deadlift is a simple and pure feat of strength. Once the bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to begin the lift. There are no start commands and you can begin whenever you like. The lifter has to stand up with the bar with their knees locked, hips at full extension, and their shoulders back. Once they do, they'll get a down command and can guide the bar back down to the floor. Easy peasy. There are 2 deadlift styles. In a conventional deadlift, lifters grip the bar outside of their legs, or they grip the bar in between their legs with a wider stance called a sumo deadlift. Each of 3 referees can give a red or a white light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. There's a few reasons for a missed lift. It's a red card if they didn't stand all the way up with their shoulders back, or if they didn't lock their knees at the finish of the lift. It's a blue card if there is downward movement in the hold of the bar on their way up, or if they support the bar on their thighs to lever the bar up to lockout, sometimes called hitching or ramping. And it's a yellow card if they lower the bar before receiving the down command, or if they release or slam the bar to the floor, or if they lose balance and take a step by accident. Those are the rules of the deadlift.
He's like,
she's gonna go to the limit.
but he said she's gonna get real close.
I mean, I think this is gonna be the heavy favorite for both of us.
I have been looking forward to this one since the second I landed.
He is currently the top runner for that pro card. He is in provisional second place.
It's going to be a fantastic day of lifting. I can't wait to see it.
Such a gutsy pull.
That's a finish.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He is about to break through the wall.
Show me
2
something.
white lights.
Incredible.
Oh, you have never seen a hype like this, folks.
Yeah, this is it, folks. This is it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the party. Deadlifts have started for the 2023 Raw Nationals Day 4 primetime, and I'm stoked for the action. We have got a ton of stories lined up. I mean, if we're looking at the Alexis Jones, I mean, she is on track to obliterate that 700 kilogram total, which is going to be absolutely insane. And then we've got Alicia Webb. I mean, who knows what kind of record she's going to be going for. Gabby Phelps. Will be in the game for the top running. Michelle Akpala, 220 kilos, going to take the same weight at 485 pounds.
Now you see her mouthing to herself there as well. So she is also manifesting and setting herself in the right mindset for these lifts.
Fan of that positive self-talk.
Looks like it paid off. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. And now we've got Brittany Baker, 240 kilos. This is going to be an insane deadlift opener from Brittany Baker. Currently our second seat in the 140. Looking at that, kind of playing a little bit of statistics here, she could scratch, she could elect to retake, she did do that exact same thing with Ben. She missed it on that opener, elected to retake it, ended up playing out phenomenally. It's going to be interesting to see what she puts up on the lifting cast here. We're watching this closely, folks. Third attempt deads are where the party starts to happen. This is where we start to see the placings and the attempt changes and the true sporting of powerlifting. Marina Shelton, 217.5. And with that second attempt, tied her all-time best total on the national platform. 2 white lights, no free ad reads.
With an attempt left. So likely, we will see her break her all-time PR tonight on that third attempt pull.
There we go. Ooh, the music turned up just a little bit. I'm feeling it now. I'm kind of bouncing with them. 220 kilos are loaded up for Casey Kimmelberger. Fully equipped in the SBD Phantom kit. Shout out SBD, our title sponsor.
What a composed pull. She seems happy, a little head nod walking off.
And now from that perspective, would it be better to have kind of a more hype, more energetic approach, or, would it be even more beneficial to kind of have a slower, more calm approach?
I think that is independent for each lifter. I am very much so someone that needs myself to be very composed and very focused. but I absolutely love when the people around me, the spotters, the loaders, the crowd, the people in the gym, the people online cheering and supporting me, but I have to maintain my composure so that I know exactly what I'm doing and I'm able to stay focused. Because if I start to think about other things, sometimes the lift does not go according to plan.
All right, Gabby Phelps here, 230 kilos loaded up for her. And with that second attempt, she has all but not solidified that first place spot for the 100 kilogram weight class. Let's check that replay here, folks.
Man, she was smiling before it even passed her knees.
I'm interested to see what was that a good lift? Or did we get the call on that yet?
I believe it was good.
Okay.
I believe that's what
Only reason I asked
saying.
is I saw what could have possibly been just the slightest little ramp. Just the slightest. Kiona Peak, 230 kilos. This is going to be, this won't be a PR for her. She's on track for one if she gets this second attempt here at 230 kilos. Currently running in second place in our 90 kilogram weight class. Just behind Miss Marina Shelton. I wonder if she's going to make any attempts on pulls to try and jockey for that first place spot.
Looks like all the refs did give a white light there, so 3 white lights. Great lift for Kiana.
All right, Michelle Okpala coming up 232.5 kilos. This is just shy of the American record deadlift for the 100 kilogram lady weight class.
Hyping herself up.
Very, very possible she loads it up for her third.
Oh, yeah. I think we're going to see it.
I would hope so.
She better go for it.
I would hope so. Beautiful lift for 3 white lights. I mean, this is nationals. You only have one shot to make things happen on this kind of a stage, so this is where you make those kind of shots.
Yeah, American records can't be set at just any local meet. They have to have national level refs there reffing, so this is the place to do it.
On the primetime stage, no less, where the best of the best come to play. Brittany Baker, 252.5, is loaded up on the bar. And with that, Brittany Baker stands up with 252.5. Will be solidified in second place because she is right behind the Alexis Jones. Now, folks, this is 260 kilograms. This will make her all-time best total, 709 kilos. Further solidifying her place in history as the strongest woman in the world, in the USAPL, in history.
And just like that.
And she might as well be having, just a secondary deadlift day at the gym. My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, she solidifies a 550 dots, which, for those of you that don't know at home, a dot score is the coefficient that kind of puts all male and female lifters on the same playing field across weight classes and across age groups. And
it does not play to the favor of our heavyweights. So to have a 550 dots score as a heavyweight is insane.
And now we're coming into our third attempts here. Catherine Ducote's going to start off the party because this is when the party starts. 200 kilograms are loaded up, 441 pounds.
We are looking for these ladies to pull with everything they've got. A lot of these lifts are going to be pushing PRs. They're going to be pushing for records. They're going to be giving everything they've got.
And this just placed Catherine Ducote, provided the referees give her a good lift. That gave her provisional third place in the 90 kilogram weight class.
Wow.
And now Miss Alicia Webb, she was able to bring back the juice for that bench press off that first attempt. Now on pulls, this is it for her. She's got to make this 205.
On her second attempt, she did put it down right as it kind of hit that wall. So she didn't give up too much extra unused energy. So she could be able to pull it all together here.
I'm interested to see the conversation that her and Joshua had behind the curtain. Let's see what is able to materialize here today. Miss Alicia Webb retaking 205.
Come on, Alicia.
Unfortunately, not there today for Miss Alicia. Unfortunately, that will be a no lift. She still comes away with 2 American records. 1 American record, excuse me.
230 kilos, 507.
Marina Shelton, she's got 230 kilos loaded up.
She is coming off an 8 for 8 day so far. So she has been perfect up till this point, and I don't see that changing.
And this will be a 2.5 kilo deadlift PR should the referees provide her with at least 2 of those white lights. Marina Shelton.
She's got some strong momentum. Let's see her move it.
To solidify the perfect day.
Oh my gosh.
She holds on to it.
A pull.
I saw not a hint of ramping. Finger guns to the crowd. 2-1. That is a good lifts.
The crowd got behind her on that. They were on their feet screaming.
See, I like that the crowd is back now. Deadlifts are really where the party starts. And the party was there for Miss Marina Shelton, your current second place finisher in the 90 kilo weight class. Because we've still got Miss Kiana Peak. She loaded up a pull that's going to put her way ahead.
Now there was an attempt change. It looks like Kiana actually put in that 250. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, now we've got, hold on. We have an attempt change, ladies and gentlemen. We have an attempt change at the very last minute. Kiona Peak just put in 237.5. So that 250 that we saw must have been a dummy number. And folks, that's where the game of powerlifting is played. This is where we start to see coaches going back and forth for jockeying for these positions. This is important. This is the national stage. Only one person can be a national champion. And now Kiona Peak with this next deadlift at 237.5. This will solidify her in second, allowing Marina Shelton.
Now, I'm interested to see how this goes. This is going to give her a 500 dots, breaking that barrier that a lot of lifters at this elite level are looking to beat. Now she has a full minute to start this deadlift, and she is taking her time, getting her headspace right.
There's nothing that says you have to go out there right immediately. Kiona Peak, 237.5 kilos. Our second strongest 90 kilogram lifter on the platform. Unfortunately not able to get it past the knees, just shy of that 500 kilo total. 500 dots, excuse me.
What a solid attempt from her.
She had to go for it.
She did.
She had to.
Now I'm interested to see how this goes with Casey. She had already been out there before she was called back, which sometimes can change a lifter's mood. She was ready to go and then got called back and had to kind of now re-hype herself back up for this deadlift.
Casey Himmelberger, 237.5. Gosh, I can't read that far away. Will she solidify? Unfortunately not. 237.4. That is going to be a no lift. Casey will then finish out 6th in our 100 kilogram weight class. Followed up by Gabby Phelps. She is our first place, has already solidified first place in the 100 kilogram weight class. So this is just extra credit, folks. 240 kilos are loaded up for her.
530 pounds.
Miss Gabby Phelps solidifying her dominance in the 100 kilogram weight class. A 2.5 kilo PR, unfortunately, does not find as much off the juice. Looks like she's waving her arm just a little bit there. I wonder if she didn't maybe tweak a muscle or something. We hope she's okay.
Sometimes, too, you just cramp.
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
at the end of the day. It's been a long day for these lifters, and they have given it their all. Like we were talking about, these pulls are heavy for them. They are looking to get every single kilo off their total right now. And sometimes those muscles just cramp up.
That's right. Now Michelle Okpala, this is 242. This is an American record, ladies and gentlemen.
The crowd is on their feet. The crowd has their phones out. This is a big pull for her.
533 pounds. In the 100 kilogram weight class, Michelle Okpala, big pull.
Oh my gosh.
Able to walk it out.
With the head nod.
Confident, clean, consistent. Michelle Okpala, 3 white lights. Second place finisher in the 100 kilogram weight class.
What a beautiful way to end your day. Now, we only have 2 female deadlifts left in all of USAPL Nationals.
And these are going to be 2 of the biggest deadlifts in USAPL history, folks. Brittany Baker, 260 kilos, 573 pounds. A product of Flex Training Systems. Isaac Whistler competed earlier today. Official big body looking on.
Yes.
Brittany Baker stands up with 260 kilos. 3 white lights. She will be our second place finisher in the 100 plus kilogram weight class. But do not take your eyes off the screen, folks. We have the Alexis Jones, 272.5 kilos. First place. She is going to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest women in the world, folks. Do not take your eyes off of this. This is 600.76 pounds.
Strongest woman in the world.
From the world record, this is 600 pounds.
I don't think there's any doubt there. My goodness.
721.5, ladies and gentlemen. Alexis Jones is the strongest in the world. Period, period, period. End of story. Goodbye. The end. Write it down. Take a picture. Forever solidified in USAPL history, in world history. A perfect 9-for-9 day. Let's watch this back, folks. Absolutely ridiculous. No one is going to come close to this, folks. No one. She is the best.
Would be her.
And she is her, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, guys. The party's only halfway done. We've got the encore, the men. We've got 300 kilos loaded up for Josh Price, 660 pounds. Currently in 5th place, projected 5th place for our men's 140 class.
Little bit of a bobble there at the top. Let's see what the refs say.
That's unfortunately going to be a no lift, so just like you saw there, that is going to be a no lift from our side judges. They probably saw that up and down motion as well.
These heavier lifters, especially sumo, it can sometimes be hard to balance that little bit of a bobble at the top, but sometimes you bobble at the top simply because it was too light.
That's right. And so from that perspective, he's going to go up, no?
My guess would be we are going to see him go up.
Oh, we stand corrected. He is going to retake that 300. We imagine a bigger pull for 3rd.
Now he knows what to expect, though, so.
Michael Astrologo, our current 140 kilogram champion. 307.5 is loaded up for him. This is 677. For an opener, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Gary looking on.
No bobble there.
Very happy with that attempt. 3 white lights for our 140 kilogram champion. Alejandro Wickham, 310 kilos. We are going up and up and up and up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even halfway through the flight. We're not even a quarter of the way through the flight. And we're already approaching the 700 mark.
Now, he has a little bit of a wider stance conventional pull. Hands were still on the outside, so not quite froggy stance, but sometimes these heavier lifters just need the extra room.
Chris Appia, this is going to be 312 and a half. And now Alejandro Wickham, he is currently sitting second right behind Michael Astrologa in the 140s. Now Chris Appia on the 140s as well. He is our third place seat at the moment. 312.5 kilograms, 688 pounds. And this is just the appetizer, folks. These openers are going to really set the tone for how our second attempts play out, especially how the party's going to continue on for our thirds. Chris Appia, 312.5.
Looked a little heavy for an opener.
It did, it did. We saw a little bit of a bobble at the top as well. 2-1. Now, 2-1, we see a red card underneath that. What does that indicate from a referee standpoint? If I'm not mistaken, I believe it is soft lockout. I'm not a referee. But Josh Longoria is handled by the one, the only, the 90 kilogram champion himself, Brandon Petrie.
Blessed.
Both Texas products. Arguably one of the strongest states in the country.
Now this is 705 pounds. So we are officially crossed the 700-pound openers for deadlifts.
Almost 706 pounds.
And now with that, a good lift. Josh is he's currently in second. Right behind Nathan Redwing. It is going to be a very, very tight battle, folks. Josh Longoria is going to have to pull something very, very nice. But here comes Nathan Redwing, pro wrestler, 325 kilos, 716 pounds. He is known for taking risks, Mr. Nathan Redwing. I wonder how this will move for him. 325 kilos, 727 pounds. That was a very, very safe opener for Nathan Redwing. That was beautiful. Three white lights.
A total.
Absolutely. He has a total, ladies and gentlemen. Now, one of the best deadlifters, arguably, in the USAPL, David Wilson, 330 kilos are loaded up. One of the heaviest deadlifters as a 110 kilo class lifter, stacking up against these 140s, these 140 pluses. David Wilson has come to play. Let's see if he can get himself on the board.
Now he does opt for the sumo stance. And how this moves is super, super important for him.
David Wilson wearing his own shoes, the Avancus. Very clean.
A little bit of a smile there. He seems pretty happy with that.
3 white lights, that's a clean lift. That really set the tone. I think he's going to go, if I'm not mistaken, I think he might go for that American record again.
I would not be surprised.
400.5 might be in the bag based on how that looked. That is 330, so it'd have to be a pretty big jump, though.
But he's pretty used to those, I think.
He is. Now, another massive deadlifter here, Carrington Amati. If I'm not mistaken, his belt's not done.
It does look that way.
Interesting approach. Bold move, Cotton.
Was a 733-pound deadlift without a latched belt.
Must be nice. Devin Williams, 340 kilos. This is 749 pounds. And this is knocking on the door of the American deadlift record, held currently by the man just behind, Devin Williams. Beautiful.
It's going to be fun to see that battle.
Easy, breezy, beautiful. Devin Williams. And that's a good lift there for Devin Williams so far. Excellent shows from all of our lads. Now Devin Williams, the current American record holder in the 125 class, 345. What is that record?
345, 760.
Brandon Dudley, 345 kilos. These 125s are going to make fun of these deadlifts, ladies and gentlemen. These are deadlift kings. We're going to see probably some decent jockeying for placing, especially in the 125s here. Devin Williams, Brandon Dudley, Jaron Martin, all very, very close and within striking range of that American record deadlift. Brandon Dudley's got to do something pretty serious in order to maintain it. Here's Jared Martin.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some attempt changes there on those third attempts, trying to get each other to go a little bit higher than what they have in the tank.
That's right. Jared Martin forecasted first at the moment. Let's see this opener here. 352.5. Very smooth for an opener there. Rocking probably one of the coolest Titan singlets I've seen in a long time. 3 white lights. That was 804 light work for Jared. Oh, apologies. This is 804 for the Deadlift Lord. You know him. You love him. Rondell Hunt, 365 kilos. With just this opener, he has a 1012.5 total. 1,012.5 kilograms total as a 125 kilogram lifter. Undisputed, one of the best in the world.
This makes history, yeah.
Rondell just on this opener. He is the Deadlift Lord for a reason.
Wow.
You want to talk about the definition of a human forklift? That is Rondell Hunt.
804 pounds on an opener, solidifying his total at 1012 with 2 attempts left.
Now Josh Price looking to retake that 300 kilo opener. It was a bobble at the top, so definitely not on strength, something he can definitely bounce back from. Just needs a little bit more patience as he gets past the knees. And now with conventional versus sumo, do you find that there's any kind of differences in where those sticking points are?
Definitely. Typically, you'll see with sumo, you'll see a little bit slower off the floor, typically faster at lockout, which sometimes can lead to a bobble. And with conventional, you typically see it a little bit faster off the floor, and then usually a little bit more of a grind at lockout.
Josh Price, 300 kilos.
So because of that little bit of a bobble at the top, you might see that his pull at the top is a little bit slower. He might try to tempo it to make sure that he gets a lockout versus that bobble. We'll see.
Here he goes. Just like what we saw.
Beautiful. What a way to bounce back from that.
3 white lies. It is a good lift. Josh Price is on the board. All of our men have come to play for the second deadlifts. Folks, it is a party. I hope you are tuned in because you all are invited. 320 kilos are loaded up for Chris Appia.
How far is that from what target?
right, Chris Appy, here we go. 320 kilos loaded up. Currently in third, but based on some other attempts that we've seen, he might be in fourth. We're going to see some placing shakeout here, folks. Oh, unfortunately, now, just like you were saying, now with conventional, very fast off the floor, but once you get to that sticking point at the knees, it's a lot tougher to push through.
We typically see with these heavyweight lifters, too, that fast off the floor, because they're able to wedge their body weight straight into that bar, which actually helps pop it up off the floor. Sometimes can be hard to then transition from that momentum into the power.
That's right. Michael Astrologo having himself a phenomenal day. With this attempt, will make him 8 for 8, our current 140 kilogram national champion, looking to make it a 2-time national champion to add to the IG bio. 716 pounds. Now you see Michael Astrologo here, he's wearing wrist wraps. What? Why? Why would someone use wrist wraps for this, Brandis?
The only thing I can think is sometimes if you put that wrist wrap really, really tight, it will actually help close your hands. So if he has a grip issue, he might be utilizing those wrist wraps to help kind of keep everything nice and tight. Because your wrist doesn't move much on a deadlift.
So give a little bit of an error with the lifting cast here. Michael Astrologo just went, so we've got Alejandro Wickham coming up now. This is going to be 327 and a half. And that was a good lift from Michael Astrologo. Alejandro Wickham, 327 and a half, 722. Now we see those knees, Brandis. That looks like a good lift from here, and it is. 3 white lights. Now, there was a chance that could have been just a little bit of a ramp, so it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to pan out for thirds.
Yeah, so those knees are not allowed to travel back under that bar because it'll be considered a ramp. Sometimes you can get a little bit of hitching as well, where the thighs are actually supporting the bar and helping you move it up. But he was not called for it. It looked to be a clean lift. But sometimes as it gets heavier, those knees sneak a little bit more under the bar than you expect.
Right. Nathan Redwing, 332. This will give him a this will be a PR on total, but a little shy of his best deadlift.
So expecting this to be made, but we'll see. There it is.
Folks, we may have a battle on our hands for the 140-plus national champion. Josh Longoria is in the hot seat, folks. And now David Wilson went from 330 to 342 and a half, folks. That is 755. Pretty far from the 400.5 that we saw him attempt at last year's nationals. It's an interesting number, significantly lower. I wonder what his mindset could be in attempting this. What do you think?
You know, I think at this point he's going for made lifts. He needs a total that is strong, and you want made lifts. Ooh.
Oh no. Yeah, that was adductor.
I wonder if that was bothering him a little bit in training, which caused that a little bit of a lower opener, and then that small jump.
That's right, and judging by his reaction to the crowd, it looks like he's going to scratch at that last attempt. And so David Wilson, he will be our 7th place finisher in the 110 kilogram weight class. Josh Longoria, our current national champion in the 140 plus, 342 and a half. He's looking to maintain his national championship, but he himself has a fight on his hands. This is 755 pounds for the product of Texas.
Looks confident.
Arguably one of my favorite lifters. I love watching him compete. Slack pull socks. A little bit iffy at the top there. Got the down command, but it didn't look... Never mind, I'm not going to say anything. 3 white lights. 3 white lights. Josh Longoria has 3 white lights. That is a good second attempt there for him. Now, based off of what Nathan put in for his third attempt, That might have solidified Josh in second place, losing his national title to the professional wrestler Nathan Red Wing. But, ladies and gentlemen, third attempt deadlifts are where the party starts. We're going to keep a close eye on these third attempts for you.
And like we said, he might, be putting something into bluff right now and end up having to change it. So we'll see.
Oh, speak of the devil. Josh Longoria put in 355 for his third attempt. This will give him provisional first. Devin Williams, he's got 360 loaded up. That is 793 pounds. Folks, we're knocking on the door of 800. And he might as well kick that door in. 3 white lights. I'm calling it now, folks. I'm going to call it early. That's fine.
Three white lights. Lifting cast a little behind for us today, but the refs have put up their cards.
That's right. Now, Devin Williams is in second place at the moment for our 125s. Now, we're going to watch this 125 battle closely, folks, because Jared Martin is dangerously close to sealing that 125 spot, but Brandon Dudley, he's taken that same spot, currently projected third. But look no further. We've got Carrington Amati shaking things up in the 140 class. Again, not latching his belt. Bold strategy, Cotton.
I wonder if that's preference.
I wonder because oftentimes, you talk to lifters and, their belt's too tight when they get in for pulls and they don't have the right place for it. Maybe he's able to get his optimum brace with that unlatch. It's very interesting move. Now we've got the American deadlift record holder, Brandon Dudley. This is 370 kilos, just a few, I believe 14 kilos under his all-time best PR. Sorry.
That is a big jump from first to second attempt.
Brandon Dudley, 370 kilos, 815 pounds. Currently in provisional third place for our 125s. We'll see what he puts in ahead of Devin Williams. But let's watch this second attempt here, decked out in the SBD. Joe Stanek looking on from Game Day Barbell.
Oh, ooh.
Watch those knees.
We'll see about those knees.
Watch those knees, Mr. Brandon Dudley. Oh, that's a good lift anyway. Don't even matter. All right, let's watch and see closely what he puts in for that next attempt.
I would be surprised if he's not going for it.
You have to go for it. This is Nationals. Jared Martin, 370 kilos. All right, so Brandon Dudley did put in an attempt that will solidify him in third place, looking to have a perfect, clean meet. A lot of our lads here today have had great meets thus far. Jared Martin, no exception. Oh.
That bar seemed to be a little bit in front of him.
Yeah, it definitely was. And when he gets out in front of you like that, it's so hard to maintain that position.
Yeah.
And that may have shaken some things up here for our 125 class, folks. Provisional first, and with his...
Do not look away. Rondell has loaded 397.5 kilos for his second attempt. If this is a made lift, this will solidify a 600 dot score.
And not only that, that puts him well on track to go for one of the biggest deadlifts in 125 history, held by Mike Teixeira himself of RTS. Rondell Hunt, 397.5, 876 pounds, folks. They do not call him the Deadlift Lord for no reason.
Now this is a big jump. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, he
finishing
knew
it out
it
with a
too.
smile, but
he knew it too.
Saw some pretty significant up down there, but He knows what it feels like. He'll come back for that. I don't think he'll scratch. He's going to come back, don't you think?
Absolutely. If nothing else, slap on 2.5 kilos more, making it even 400.
Watching that replay right about here. Oh.
Yep, so if you watch, his heels came up just a little bit right as he got to his knees. So same thing, pitching forward a little bit, very hard to maintain. It makes it very hard to predict whether or not he has enough juice to maintain.
Interesting, too, because when he was over here with us, he mentioned that his squat might have gassed him a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if he comes back.
Josh Price, 317.5 kilos.
We are on third attempt deadlifts. We are closing out the night. We are closing out all of USAPL Raw Nationals 2023 right here with these pulls.
With some of the biggest deadlifts in history, folks. Josh Price, 317.5. Very shaky at the top. I didn't see much up and down from the center of the bar.
I agree.
Let's see what the judges say. 2-1. That is a good lift for Joshua Price, finishing out an excellent day. He will finish out 5th place for our 140 kilogram weight class. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at the bottom of the screen here, Raw Nationals, especially in the primetime sessions, these lifters are paid for their position, folks. $68,000 in total payouts per dots. Not just by total, by dots. The top 3 open male and female lifters by dots each day receive a payout of that $68,000.
Keep your eyes on the screen. We got Chris here trying to hype up the crowd to get behind him for this pull. Missed it on his second, coming back for it on his third. Does he have gas in the tank for this pull?
320 kilos.
It's moving.
It's moving. Unfortunately, we did see those knees kind of buckle under the bar a little bit, and from that perspective, even if he would have made it, it would have been hard to not argue a ramp there. Chris Appia, what a phenomenal day. 4th place in our 140 kilogram weight class.
A little bit of a tough day for him, lift-wise. So still to be able to solidify that 4th place, it's pretty strong.
Now, Alejandro Wickham with this will put him in 2nd place, but Brandon Dudley, our current deadlift holder, is waiting in the weights in 3rd place. We'll have to see how these deadlifts shake out. We might see some deadlift changes here, folks. Alejandro Wickham, 332.5, 733 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the biggest deadlifts we have seen all week. Every time a weight hits the floor, the ground shakes, the earth moves. These lifters are pushing gravity. 332.5 for Alejandro Wickham.
Can he lock it out?
What a grind. Can he get the hips through? Unfortunately, his grip started to go. We watched that left hand a little bit. What a fight there for Alejandro Wickham.
Can't say he didn't try. That was awesome.
Now he did solidify 2nd place, waiting in the weights. As I said, Brandon Dudley. Let's check and see if we're waiting for an attempt there to pull him into 2nd. Michael Astrologo, our current national champion, and soon to be reigning, defending, undisputed national champion in the 140 kilogram weight class, 335 kilos. This is a 10 kilogram all-time PR attempt for the national champion, 738 pounds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking at the lifting cast here, you do see David Wilson. He did put a number out, but judging by that reaction from the crowd, we'll see if he does. Michael Astrologo.
See what the refs say.
Makes light work, but I did see a little bit of ramping, possibly. He only needs 2 white lights, though.
It is good.
2-1, good lift. Michael Astrologo, your national champion in the 140 kilogram weight class. 2-time national champion. More records to add to the belt. All right, we've got Nathan Red Wing, 337.5 kilos loaded up. Can you remind closer?
Will he go 3 for 3 on these deadlifts? A little bit of a small jump on this deadlift here, so let's see what he's got.
And now Nathan Red Wing, based on what our current national champion Josh Longoria has put in, this will make him our second place finisher. Big pull off the floor, gets it past the knees. Now we get to the
Giving
hips.
it everything he's got.
Unfortunately, we get to that all too common sticking point with conventional deadlift. That will be a no lift, and that all but seals Josh Longoria as our national champion if he makes this deadlift attempt. Now, we've got the bar loaded up for David Wilson. He's got 350 loaded up. It looks like he might still come out. Either barbell. And I mean, we've got David Wilson, one of the strongest, a hallmark name in the 110 kilo weight class, but he came in 7th overall. I mean, that just goes to show the level of pure talent in the 110s. And the day that we get to see them all go head to 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 head will be absolutely insane, folks.
I will say, I was here during the morning session for these 110 lifters, and it was insane to watch. From start to finish, everyone was pulling, everyone was giving everything they had. It was a joy and awesome, honestly.
Josh Longoria has now changed his attempt, 350 kilos. That is all he needs to pull for the win.
If you guys are paying attention to the live stream footage here, you guys saw David in the back telling everybody he wasn't going to take it. He's coming out, he's thanking the refs, he's thanking the spotters and loaders, the TC, Gino, everyone involved here.
This man is, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, take notes. This is a man who has been on the national stage. He's been here before, a pure class act, giving credit where credit is due to our referees, to our volunteers. Now, check the screen, folks. We've got Josh Longoria getting set. Oh, I'm hyped looking at him, folks. We've got Blessed Petrie, the 90-kilogram champion, hyping him up. Champion to champion. This is going to be his lift. Ladies and gentlemen, this will make him the 2-time undisputed national champion in the 140-plus kilo weight class. He absolutely needs this. If not, Nathan Red Wing will pull ahead.
Let's get behind him, everybody. Come on.
This is everything. This is where deadlift attempts are made. This is where national records are broken. This is where kings reign. Josh Longoria, 350 kilos.
This lift is for the national title. It is also for a 9 for 9 perfect day for Josh. Let's
Josh
get behind
Longoria coming
Walking
out of
up to the
rising
barbell.
tide. Slack pull socks.
Music is loud.
Josh Longoria finds it from the crowd. He's talking to himself.
Nodding.
He's got this.
Ready.
He's ready. We are ready. Let's see it. Josh Longoria. Our 140 kilogram. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what prime time is all about. Shots for the title. Big numbers.
That was huge. It moved so well. Usually if you can get it past the knees, you can get it to that lockout. He was just a little bit shy today.
Now, unfortunately, that does put. Oh, now, wait a minute.
Looks like we've gotten a attempt change in progress.
Devin Williams is going to change his deadlift attempt. He is going to pull for the win. Jared Martin needs this attempt in order to keep in the first place spot. Meant to say earlier, folks, Josh Longoria with that missed pull will be our second place finisher, making Nathan Red Wing our 140 plus kilogram national champion. Now we hear something from the back of there. This is the most he can do.
This is what he feels is his max. He is banking
on Jared Martin missing, which, based off that second attempt off the floor, ladies and gentlemen, this is with this pull, and provided Jared misses his. This will give Devin Williams the body weight advantage. Even total will make him the 125 kilogram national champion. Can he finish?
I don't know if it went down. It might
didn't.
have just
He leaned
paused.
forward. He did not go down. Devin Williams, no!
Man,
No.
So his handler has gone to the jury to contest this lift.
Handler Chris Ferraro from Flex Training Systems going to the jury right now. Let's look at the replay here. That bar did not go down.
I'll be interested to see what happens here.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, while that lift is being looked at by our jury, we are getting the bar loaded for Jared Martin. It's going to be the same weight. He 100% needs this. Now, provided Devin Williams' deadlift is not overturned, Jared Martin will be your 125 kilogram national champion. But we are awaiting the jury's number.
In order for a lift to be overturned, all 3 members
Pause.
on the jury.
Jared Martin has changed his deadlift attempt to 372.5. He has increased 2.5 from his missed second attempt. This will solidify first place, provided Devin Williams does not get his deadlift overturned, and provided he makes it. We see the jury conferring over there.
But like I was saying, in order for this lift to be overturned, all 3 of those jury members that you see on the screen right now have to agree
Has to be
that
a
it was a
unanimous
good
decision.
lift.
That's right.
A full-on party.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the party just keeps on rolling. Jared Martin knocks it back down to 370 kilos. They are playing the game, folks. These handlers are making deadlift attempt changes at the very last minute. You have until that bar is fully loaded. And now for all of our viewers at home, you do get 2 deadlift attempt changes for your third attempt deadlift. That's what makes deadlifts fun. That's what makes the party start. Now we look again, folks. 372.5. He did go up from his second attempt.
It is so important to have your coach and your handler in the back paying attention to every single move at this point, because not only are these lifters fighting for position on the podium, they are fighting for dots, points, and money.
They're playing with numbers. They are going back and forth, playing with predictions. This is where the sport becomes a sport. This is where the tale of the tape starts to be told. Devin Williams, his lift was overturned. 370 was good for Devin Williams. Jared Martin absolutely needs this lift in order to maintain first place.
Can he pull it? Oh my
Can he find it past the knees? Can he find it past the knees? I'm standing up with you, Jared Martin. Is that enough? Is that a lockout? Come on, judges. That is going to be a no lift for Jared Martin.
And because it is a 3 red light lift, the coach and handler cannot go contest it. It is a missed lift.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Devin Williams is now your professional. Wait a minute. I stand completely corrected. Brandon Dudley put in an American record attempt. 393 kilos to pull in for the win at the 125s. Carrington Amati, 385. This will solidify third place in the 140s for Carrie.Tones.
If this is made, it is a national record.
848 pounds. Carrie is Carrington is carrying all of the tons. I tried to make that work and it didn't. But you know what? We're here for the party. Look at all those reds on the bar. Carrington's ready. Loose belt. All SBD. Making a title sponsor proud.
Yes.
He knows what it is. Carrington Amati is prime time, ladies and gentlemen. 3 white lights celebration from the swole fesser Marcellus Williams. Now, ladies and gentlemen, check out this replay here. And look at the arms here. Look at the arms here on Carrington. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the story. We're coming upon the 2 best deadlifts of the night. This is the party. Do not look away from your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Brandon Dudley loading an American record attempt to pull for the win in the 125 kilogram weight class. Coach Joe Stanek putting in the call. Brandon Dudley is on his way up.
If he makes this, he moves himself from third to first. This is a huge, huge, huge pull.
So not only is this an American record attempt, this is a first place podium spot for the Brandon Dudley, 125 kilos.
Let's see what he's got. He looks dialed in.
Here we go.
Oh my.
And ladies and gentlemen, he gets it past the knees. I don't see, oh no.
Are they gonna call ramp?
That's gonna be a no lift, unfortunately.
Oh man.
That will be a no lift for Brandon Dudley. Unfortunately, he stays in third place, which means our new national champion in the 125 kilogram weight class is none other than the Devin Williams. And now, folks, this is a 600 dots pull, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely insane. Not only is it a landmark dots, but this is a $5,000 payday for Rondell Hunt should he make this lift. This is the last pull of Raw Nationals 2023. Memphis, Tennessee is on their feet, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for a party. This is it. The Deadlift Lord is closing out the house. Both Brandis and I are on our feet. Everyone in the gym is on their feet. The Deadlift Lord himself, he missed that second attempt. Will he come for the redemption for this last deadlift? All eyes are on the Deadlift Lord. Rondell, can you finish?
Finish us out. Yes, sir. Finish it, finish it, finish it.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Rondell Hunt, the Deadlift Lord, 600 dots, $5,000, undisputed, the best 125 in the world. We are in absolute awe, ladies and gentlemen. We are in absolute awe, ladies and gentlemen. You know we've got to have him over here. Look at this, 600 dots.
What a way to fight back from a missed lift.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what primetime is all about, ladies and gentlemen. 397.5 pounds. Absolutely ridiculous third attempt pull from the Deadlift Lord, Rondell Hunt. That is a 600-pound dots. That is a $5,000 payday. I'm a broken record. I cannot stop saying it enough. What a performance we just saw, Brandis.
From the men and the women.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I mean, we saw a 600 dots from the men, and we saw a 500 dots from the women, which are huge at this point.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've got Alexis Jones, the Alexis Jones. We have two people in this session alone solidified their place in world history, ladies and gentlemen. They have solidified their place amongst all weight classes, amongst all federations. We have seen literal world history made at USAPL Raw Nationals 2023, Memphis, Tennessee. You're not going to find it anywhere else than USA Powerlifting, folks. We have seen a phenomenal show.
It was such a blessing and an honor to watch these men and women finish out Raw Nationals, not only with personal best, but national best, American best, world best, history being made.
Absolutely. I'm still shaking. I don't know if I'm going to sleep tonight, but you know what? We're going to have to sign off at some point. So it has been an absolute honor for us to be able to join you for history being made, folks. I've been Nick Stevens Jr., a.k.a. Ganondorf on Instagram, followed by the one, the only, the Dr. Brandis Dye. It's been a phenomenal time, ladies and gentlemen. Get home safe, and we'll see you next time.
like to go up and cool off just a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have literal history sitting next to us, folks. We have the Alexis Jones, the strongest woman in the world, bar none, undisputed. What a performance that was. How are you feeling after all that?
I'm just glad I was able to pull that off. With the last block of prep in the last 4 weeks, I didn't know I was going to hit any of those numbers. So.
At all?
Yeah, I was hoping my squat was going to be a little bit heavier, and so I almost like cried in between attempts.
Now, folks, just to put that into perspective, folks, she thought her squat was going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
As an American record.
So.
As one of the best squats in world history.
Yeah.
Now, you talk about, you know, a world historic performance. Leading up to this meet, what does that kind of pedigree have in terms of your mindset going into your training and going into this meet?
I'll say that one more time, sorry.
No, sorry, you're perfectly fine. It's been a long day, I understand.
I'm all over the place.
So, you know, you're a world champion, you know. Yeah. You've come from that kind of background, especially coming off of your performance at CNATS.
Oh.
What did that kind of mindset have on your impact on your performance today?
I think, especially during prep, it kind of ate at me. I was just telling my coach in the back, I was like, expectations are so high, and I set them even higher personally. And so I think these last 3 weeks, it almost completely ate me alive. So I was just glad I was able to perform and do what I needed to do.
Absolutely. And now the question begs to be asked, what's next?
What's next?
What do we got on the docket?
Oh, I don't know. I think my next meet might be in March sometime. So.
Okay. Well, be on the lookout for the Alexis Jones, world champion powerlifter. We'll let you get your rest. We'll let you get your accolades. You deserve it. Get some food. Get some sleep. It's been a phenomenal pleasure having you.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
for a
much.
phenomenal performance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in first place, Alicia Webb.
Congratulations, ladies. It was a great show.
Women's Raw Open category.
I was getting tested. I didn't hear my baby call.
Get back up there, ladies. Everybody get back to your positions you were just in.
Holler up, Gino.
Where am I at? Women's 90 kilo open? No, Masters 2.
Never mind.
I only got 4 winners on my sheet. All right. Women's Raw Open. 90 kilo weight class in 5th place, Karen Powers. In 4th place, Hannah Motek. The bronze medal, Catherine Ducote. The silver medal, Kiona Peak. Kiana. I knew that. And in first place, Marina Shelton.
One more round of applause. 90 kilo open champion.
Women's Raw Open. I don't know what I'm waiting for. 100 kilo weight class. In 5th place, the Masters 2 lifter, Alicia Webb. She was just here, wasn't she? Oh, there she is. 4th place, Hillary Beard.
She's running out.
Here she comes. Here she comes. The bronze medal, Anna Chaudhary. And in, what did I get? Silver. Silver medal was Kiana. Michelle Akpala. And in first place, Gabrielle Phelps. Marshall, and I see. Harrison, come to the scores table. Harrison, hold hands and lock them up and hold them in the air, girls. Harrison, scores table. Harrison. Thank you, ladies. Let's move on to the women's Raw Open 100 kilo weight class. I just did that, didn't I? Yep.
The next one down.
Women's Raw Open 100 plus kilo weight class. In fifth place, Danny Myers-Glenn. Fourth place, Lindsay Fay. Let her through, let her through. Bronze medal, Mackenzie Hoven. Silver medal, Brittany Baker. And in first place, Alexis Jones. The new world record holder in the 3 lift. Women's Raw Junior 90 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Jackie Emmy Agee. In fourth place, Peyton Machado. The bronze medal, Allison David. The silver medal, Atkitsali Cruz. And in first place, Vera Bordeaux Ansa. All right, moving on to the men's category. Men's Raw Open, 110 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Jackie, Brennan LaSala. Brennan LaSala. In fourth place, Tyler Wilson. LaSala in fifth, Wilson in fourth. The bronze medal, Keenan Lee. Keenan Lee, here he is. Hey, Keenan. Silver medal, Bob Matthews. We just saw him, he's here. We know he's here. Bob Matthews. And in first place, Ashton Rauska.
Ashton got a flight.
All right, Ashton. No, I think that's, let's get a photo right there. Men's Raw Open, 125 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Eleuterio Montalvo. Fourth place, Caleb Slaughter. Caleb Slaughter, fourth place. Bronze medal, Brandon Bam Bam Dudley. Silver medal, Jared Martin. And in first place, Devin Williams. Hold arms and hold, raise them up. Thank you, gentlemen. Men's Raw Open, 140 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Joshua Price. In fourth place, Chris Apia. The bronze medal, Carrington Amati. Silver medal, Alejandro Wickham. And in first place, Michael Astrologo. He won back-to-back. Men's Raw Open 140 plus kilo weight class. In fifth place, Gabriel Cervantes. Gabriel Cervantes. Fourth place, Joshua Erickson. The bronze medal, Lorenzo Barnes. Silver medal, Joshua Longoria. And in first place, Nathan Redwing. Packy. Wait, I'll get back to you. Everything's fine. Nathan Redwing. Give the boys another round of applause. All right, Larry, you want me to do the teams now?
We're going to recognize the teams. As I said earlier, FedEx still has the team awards. They promised them by noon tomorrow. We've been trying all week to get them to release them. But we're going to name the teams and recognize them.
All right, let's start with the Men's Raw Junior. In first place, Singleton Strength. Singleton Strength, come on up. Singleton Strength, there he is.
Is it top 4 or 3? Is there a banner? It's never on here, right? You get a banner that's going to hang up in your gym. It's going to be mailed to you.
What place is it?
Oh, it's going to be mailed?
No, you can stand up here. What place?
Unless you're here tomorrow.
Oh,
What
first?
place is here tomorrow?
First place?
First place. Okay, Women's Raw Masters Team Awards. In fourth place with 6 points, AFA Powerlifting. Anybody from AFA Powerlifting? In third place, Team LAB, 32 points. Team LAB. In second place with 34 points, Team Sam Strong. And in first place with 47 points, Mustache Fitness and Barbell. All right, this is the women's event. Who's here for Team Lab? Raise your hand. Team Lab. Women's Raw Open category Team Awards. In 5th place, Peak Strength. If you're in the building, come on up, Peak Strength. In 4th place, the Strength Guys. The Strength Guys. In 3rd place, Team Sam Strong. Team Sam Strong in 3rd place. Go up and step on the 3, Sam, along with the pin squatter, Mel. And the other one. Silver medal, Mustache, Fitness, and Barbell. Mustache, Fitness, and Barbell. Just crowd around the 2. Crowd around the 2. And in 1st place, Team Craftsmanship. Anybody from Team Craftsmanship here with the Women's Raw Open team?
How do you get my fellas?
Let's go!
Men's Raw Open Team Awards. The 2nd place, the Strength Guys. In 1st place, anybody from Team Craftsmanship.
They are, yes. Yes, Brandon. Don't be silly. Just don't jump, okay?
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Let's give out the prize money now. Jackie and Pete from SBD Spence will give out the prize money. First, we have the women's prize money. In 3rd place, receiving a check from USA Powerlifting for $1,000, Kiana Peak. Kiana Peak. Coming in 2nd place, receiving a check from USA Powerlifting for $2,500, Marina Shelton. How much you want to bet everybody that's getting money is still here? And in 1st place, the women's prize money, a check from USA Powerlifting for $5,000, Alexis Jones. the men's prize money. In third place, receiving a check from USA Powerlifting for $1,000, Bob Matthews. Bob Matthews.
Keep talking. Two more.
And in second place, receiving a check from USA Powerlifting for $2,500, Ashton Rauska. And in first place, receiving a check from USA Powerlifting for $5,000, Rondell Hunt.
Ashton, the diet's working. I think Rondell is in doping control.
Okay, yeah, he is, yeah. That's his coach saying, yeah. Sanjeev, you come up.
Oh, there's Rondell Hunt's coach. Or unless that's Rondell, he just got out of a heated spa.
This whole time since the meet's been over.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals 2023 in Memphis, Tennessee. Larry Bailey is going to just take a few seconds to